It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
It's spring in South Beach. There's fun in the sun, but there's no break on the APP Tour. This week, the Gold Coast plays host to the top pickleball pros on tour, all vying to make their mark in the Magic City, because only the best of the best can leave South Florida with a golden globe. It's the 2024 Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. Nearly 1,200 players have come to the Sunshine State, including 350 pros who are all here in search of that ultimate pickleball treasure, a gold medal. Welcome into the Miami Convention Center for the first ever APP Major here on Championship Court. I'm Dorian Kraft alongside Next Gen National Team Head Coach Chad Edwards and Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. We have already set 3 of our gold medal matches. 2 more tickets are going to be punched today as we take a look at our Aura Organics gold medal match menu. In men's singles, the top seed, the golden boy on the APP Tour last year, Hunter Johnson, he is back into Championship Sunday. He'll be taking on unseeded Grayson Golden, who left seeded players in his wake in his run to Championship Sunday. On the women's side, top seed Megan Fudge into her 3rd consecutive final, yet to win a gold medal. She'll be taking on the 6th seed Jenna Hessert. And in mixed doubles, Megan Fudge, Andre Diescu, the 2 seed, they are avenging their quarterfinal loss in Sacramento. They outlasted Georgia Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Dylan Frazier is playing alongside Tyra Black. On the other side, it was Gabe Tardio playing with Georgia Johnson. That one could be an epic. But today on deck, we have men's and women's doubles. If there's one thing to expect, Chad, it is upsets. These brackets have been absolutely destroyed.
Upsets galore. Men's doubles, 2 seed, out.
If there's one thing that comes
3
with
seed,
sports,
3 seed out.
If there's one thing when it comes to the month of March, it's madness in sports. Pickleball, obviously, no exception. What is the one thing that has made all of these higher seeds susceptible?
Well, it's the unfamiliarity of the new players that are coming in. So when we see a new player come in, a lot of the times they haven't picked up the tendencies, they haven't picked up the sequences, the strategies. So early on, these newer players get deeper runs, they're surprise wins until we start playing against them a little bit longer, and then they start figuring them out. Now, if we're talking about, let's say, July, the brackets are going to start leveling themselves out. Not to say that these newer players aren't going to be higher seeds in July, because it very well can happen. But there's a little less scarcity as far as information by that time. So we'll cover this again in July and see where we're at.
Well, men's doubles has been anarchy. You look at the women's doubles bracket, Dom, is there anyone that you think could be vulnerable today?
Well, it's not so much vulnerable. The top seeds are playing really well right now. So you're looking at 2 teams. You have your top seed, which we're about to see with Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr. They had a tough match in their first matchup against Daria Walczek and Krista Gecheva. They came out on top of that, figured it out in 2. And then you have Allison Harris and Simone Jargin won their first match. So, again, the top 2 seeds there are playing pretty well. So nothing too crazy yet on the women's side. But going back to that men's side, I'm very impressed with Lang and Mathau. They take out the 2 seed in Diescu and Tardio, and then just took out Johnson, Cola, and Jack Monroe in front of our eyes. So, again, these top seeds are all in jeopardy because, like Chad said, it's the new players coming in. They don't have a book on them. They don't have a scouting report. They come out and they're trying to figure them out on the fly, and that's really tough to do in pickleball.
I got an opportunity to talk to Eric Lang after that upset win over Andre Diescu, Gabe Tardio. He said, you know what, I wouldn't really call it an upset because of that rise of the level of talent. He said it's so prevalent now across the board. Megan Fudge, Susanna Barr, they are going to be looking to avoid that same fate. Megan Fudge could be in line for a potential triple crown. She and Susanna Barr need to play their way into Championship Sunday. They will be coming up next here on Championship Court. First serve still ahead here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
We never just see the numbers. we see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Chase, AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do, and Tervis, the original insulated tumbler. There's a look at Megan Fudge, part of the top-seeded duo of Fudge and Susanna Barr. Fudge making her home in Florida, not that far from Miami, alongside her husband, Ryler DeHart, playing in the men's doubles as well. 28 medals last year on tour for Fudge, the second most of any player behind Andre Diascu. Fudge's partner, Susanna Barr, out of Boise, Idaho, just opened her own pickleball facility as well 4 months ago. 11 APP golds last year. That is fourth most. Those two women, some of the top players on tour. They were so good as a pair last year, especially towards the end. What do you expect to see from them here in this matchup?
Well, I mean, again, it comes down to, we talk about early in the season and familiarity with your partners. They played all of 2023 together. They're familiar with the movement. They understand, who's taking middle, what the sequences are going to be, and that is such an advantage right now early in the season when everybody's still trying to figure things out. What I'll look for is for Fudge to be a little bit more controlling of that ball in the middle, but it's going to be Barr that is going to be setting her up with the strong cross-court dings.
Fudge, the German native, that makes her home in Bel Air, Florida. On the other side of the net, Ariel Butler and Carolina Lopez Azcarate. There's Lopez Azcarate there. These two have moved through the bracket in straight games. 47 years old is Lopez Azcarate. We have seen that emergence of these players that had that previous experience. They're able to extend their professional lives. Ariel Butler, 28 years old. The Searcy, Arkansas native, not far from where I am, up in Little Rock, just about 45 miles up the road, now calls Milwaukee, Wisconsin home. These two maybe unexpected into the quarterfinals, but Dom, you saw Butler particularly early on this tournament. You've been really impressed with the way that she's been playing.
Yeah, Ariel Butler been playing really well right now. I watched them play Heather Nobler and Shelby Bates in the last round, and Butler playing very solid. She's playing that right side. The forehand dink is one of her strengths. She likes to hug that kitchen line, take that ball out of the air, not allow her opponent much time. But going cross-court, it's going to be her and Susanna Barr, forehand to forehand. Barr does the same thing. She likes to hug that kitchen line, take that ball out of the air. They played against each other in mixed doubles, did Susanna Barr and Ariel Butler. Barr and Hunter Johnson came out on top of that one over Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler. So familiar with each other this weekend. But Lopez Escarate, she is the X factor here as far as players go, because not a lot of knowledge on her.
No quantity.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I will say this. Look out for power.
Yes.
She, extensive tennis background. And one thing we know from the players that are a little bit more vertically challenged, that they have balls that are in the strike zone much longer than a taller player, and they speed a lot of those balls up.
Similar to Bobby Oshiro we had last night, right? Bobby Oshiro, not that tall, but she packs a punch.
That low center of gravity, center mass, as you all so often talk about. Paddle checks in the center of the court. When you're playing a team like a Fudge and a Bar who have been together for so long, so consistent in what they do, how do you disrupt them when you're on the other side of the net?
Get them fighting for the middle ball. And then once, let's say Fudge starts coming over and trying to take that middle ball a little bit more, then it opens up the ability to go behind. If you can push Bar away from the kitchen line with strong aggressive dinks that she's not able to take out of the air, then Fudge has to start stepping in and taking more. It's almost playing it very similar to mixed doubles, where you're taking that left side player out of play, which is typically the male. Here, you almost have to do the same thing as push Bar back, have Fudge come over a little bit more, open up behind. But the big thing that we have to be careful of, and what she's known for, is Bar's offensive lob. Because once you do start pushing her back, get ready for a steady stream of lobs going over the left shoulder.
If you've never watched Susanna Bar play, the two things to know: offensive lobs and phenomenal third shot drops. That is what Susanna Bar does best. Dom, on the mental side of it, and we'll use March Madness as an example. Obviously, Bar and Fudge, they're a top seed. Is there more pressure on them against a team like a Butler and a Lopez Escarate, where really you're playing free? You have nothing to lose in this scenario.
Well, exactly. Your target's on the one seed's back, right? It's always like that. So again, when the one seed is there and they have that target on their back, that's where you could run into trouble. And especially in a tense situation where it's you win or you go home. And that's exactly what happens here. So again, yes, the pressure right now is on Fudge and Bar. Butler, Lopez Escarate, they need to play free and easy and just go for it.
Fudge and Bar won a bronze in Sacramento. They want it to be gold this week here in Miami. Players going to finish warming up, and we will be back with women's doubles quarterfinal action. You're watching the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Welcome back to Championship Court here inside the Miami Convention Center. Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr in the center of your screen in the blue and white, the top seats in the women's doubles bracket. There's Ariel Butler, as Butler and Lopez will be the first to serve, getting a last-minute instruction prior to taking on Barr and Fudge.
We'll see what comes out of that right there.
Pro doubles, 2 out of 3 to 11 on my right, serving.
Fudge and Barr, such good problem solvers regardless of the strategy of their opponents.
Receiving, Susanna Barr, Megan Fudge, 2 out of 3 to 11 by 2.
Best 2 out of 3 to 11, win by 2. Game 1, time in. Ariel Butler to serve at the top of the screen.
I like the start there from Butler. Tests the backhand side of Fudge a couple of times. Keeps her set right there. And just a nice easy roll there to Barr. Catches off the end of the paddle.
Good placement there for Barr for the side out.
Well, right there, the drive down the middle, and that's what you talked about, Chad. Test the middle, too. Try and get Fudge and Barr confused in that middle. Oh,
it's a half lob.
Well, that was just not much pace on that one. So
that was, you paid for the whole paddle, use the whole paddle off the edge. Right?
You knew it was going to come down.
1 all.
Will they take it? Yes, they will.
They all count the same.
Second serve.
Second serve coming.
A little too much body movement there from Barr on a ball that's just above her ankles.
Nice angle there.
Yeah, super good angle there from Ariel Butler.
Now, I will say this. We talk about the angles all the time with these overheads. The women are the ones that use the angles, and they typically have more overhead putaways than the guys.
Little love off the net cord for Susanna Barr.
Well, even if it doesn't catch the tape right there, that's a clean winner down the middle.
Yeah, but when your nickname is Net Lord, you have to bring the net into play.
Butler and Lopez Escarada don't want that too much.
Early lob from Barr. Butler able to get to it, but it paid dividends.
Yeah, excellent drop there from Butler on the offensive lob from Barr. Textbook with the lob, but they're trying to come back a little too quickly, get that ball to the feet in the transition area from Fudge.
Barr misses the drop. When your partner has to go back on a lob like Butler did, where should Lopez be in the court?
Typically,
come back with her, but you don't have to go all the way back.
No, typically, mid-transition area. So then you can adjust. If they drop it down, then you move forward, you can cover the kitchen. Right there, Lopez went a little bit further back, so now they're both trying to come in that transition again.
Hands battle won by Lopez.
Well, Fudge trying to flip that ball back through the middle, but Lopez had that figured out nicely. She slides back beautifully, doesn't stay on that sideline. Good pressure right there from Megan Fudge, keeping that ball at the feet of Butler.
And Butler's been able to make a couple of pickups early. That one just a little bit too close.
Oh. Throw up the lob on a ball that typically would be attacked.
But it almost looked like she caught it and threw it up and over.
Yeah,
That's how slow motion it was.
Good setup, couple of good overheads. Mixing
Another
things
best
up
drop.
early. I like it.
Not quite as clean of a start as we would have expected from Barr and Fudge. Still feeling each other out here early on in game one as that return sails long.
Well, Butler trying to rush out of this uncoil on the stack. And when you try and rush, a lot of times your body momentum will hit that ball just hard enough that it carries it out, and that's exactly what happened there.
A couple of big drives from Fudge to no avail.
But I like to see her drop the next one. She got Lopez back on her heels, drove the first one, then dropped the next one.
Angled put away from Fudge. Second serve on the way.
Yeah, just a little too far coming forward there for Butler on an elevated drive from Lopez. So that's a tough one to really try and get a whole lot of court coverage and movement forward.
Right down the middle.
So it's the same pattern that Fudge did last time, right? Or maybe about 4 or 5 points ago, but she pulled Lopez further over, so the hole was that much bigger in the middle. Better decision on that one from Fudge. Oh.
Too much roll, not enough top spin from Lopez.
We've seen Barr play those many times. Fudge made sure
she
she
listened
did not.
this
She
time.
listened.
She listened this time.
Nice combination for Barr with the backhand winner.
But that's also a tough ball for Lopez there. She comes all the way over in front of Butler to hit that ball. And then what ends up happening is it puts her out of position, and it's difficult for her to try to get back to.
Timeout taken by Butler and Lopez Azcarate as they find themselves trailing the top seed of Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge 1-5 here early on in game number one as we take our Tervis hydration break. As we've seen top seeds go down time and time again throughout this tournament, Barr and Fudge come out looking strong. What's impressed you the most about the way that they've started, Chad?
Well, right now they're mixing things up. They're not staying to a certain pattern. We've seen Barr throw up a couple of lobs, but we've seen Fudge throw up a couple of lobs as well. But it's more so right now is it's Fudge's ability to pull Lopez all the way out wide and make the adjustment with that speed up through the middle. We'll look for that to be a little bit more prevalent here as this one goes toward the end of game one.
On the other side of the net, Dom, if you are Lopez and Butler in this situation, what do you need to do coming out of this timeout?
Well, I mean, it's tough right now because, like we said, Fudge and Barr throwing everything at him early on. Pace, drops, lobs, everything. So right now, Lopez and Butler need to find their rhythm. And that's been hard because they're not being allowed to get into a rhythm. So I just say kind of elongate some points. See what you can get. Don't rush.
Longer point right on cue.
A little longer right there, and then a ton of pressure, though. They put a ton of pressure on.
5-1-2.
Oh, she just stood up right through it. I love the spot she was going to go. Hard at the tee on the sideline to pull Susanna Barr wide, but just stood up through it just enough.
Talked about that at length yesterday in the mixed doubles brackets about standing up changes your contact point just enough to put that ball in the net as Fudge puts that away at a sharp angle.
You hit it on in pregame, Dorian, is that when Susanna Barr's hitting her third shot drop aggressively like that right there, Lopez doesn't know whether to let that bouncer take out of the air. She takes out of the air, pops up. Megan Fudge is crashing. That's an easy put away.
Doesn't make the pickup there. For players who are watching that are newer to the game, you're saying doesn't know on that aggressive dink whether to take it out of the air or let it bounce. Is the correct decision to make it bounce, or does it depend on the matchup and the player?
That one you have to take out of the air, but what you have to do is close the paddle face a little bit more and look for an angle cross court. If you step back and let that ball bounce when it's aggressive, it's going to eat you up and it's going to push you even further back. The issue that Lopez had right there is that she's trying to bump it down the line on an aggressive ball, and you have to open the paddle face too much.
Gets too big there at the line, and all of a sudden, Bar and Fudge up 10-1 with game point here in the first game of the women's quarterfinal. That one sails wide as Bar and Fudge ease their way into a game one victory, 11-1 over Butler and Lopez Azcarate. Game two coming up next here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
One of the patented Susanna Bar moves is the offensive lob. We saw her throw up a few in game number one. Why is this offensive lob so effective?
So again, what it does is it pulls your opponent's way back, right? Now look at the space and watch Fudge and Bar here. Look at them hug that kitchen line. Gives Fudge an overhead, and then they control that kitchen line. And now that is from last season. And now fast forward to this season, almost a duplicate right there. Megan Fudge overhead, eventually going to get the angle, and then put away. And again, it was almost duplicated. But again, like Chad said earlier, teams that are familiar with each other, right, they know what each other's going to do. It's almost a set play for them.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
They know what's going to happen. Megan Fudge knows Susanna Barr's going to do that. She knows she's going to hug that line. She can get that overhead.
Game two underway after Bar and Fudge, a very business-like 11-1 victory in game number one.
Point. One, 0-2.
Miscommunication in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a tough adjustment for Lopez right there to take that ball off the net cord. But in the same sense, she didn't have to come over as far. And I think from game one into game two, an adjustment that Butler and Lopez have to make is that Lopez has to calm the movement down. Allow Butler to play a few more balls.
Fudge putting it right at the feet of Lopez.
Just stretch it back.
Get a little stretching.
Stretch in the back, yeah.
A little stretching right there. But again, and that's what Fudge and Bar do so well is they just get you and force you to hit one more ball. And then if you get one up to them, eventually they're going to put that ball away.
Right off the edge guard as Butler tried to pull across a little too much.
Just everything going their way right now. They're getting every bounce, even when it looked like Lopez had a put away right there. Barr digs it out.
Overhead put away for Barr. Right now, the top seed rolling up 5-0 here in game 2.
Yeah, and that's the perfect spot there on the speed up from Fudge. Butler reached in, backhand side, floats it just a little bit, and then Fudge elevates into the right armpit. Nothing that she could do to keep that ball down. Well,
Rolled it just long.
Yeah, this time, though, now you saw that Butler hit a forehand, so where does Fudge go? She goes left shoulder because of the time that it's going to take Butler to get over to that backhand side. Just missed it a little long.
So you're seeing Lopez, and saw that towards the end of game 1 and now in game 2, 2 mistakes here. When she gets pulled wide on the backhand, she's trying to reset it, but she's already kind of set her feet. And so the ball gets away from her too much. And so now she's reaching and she's getting off the end of the paddle and she's going into the net. And she's done it like 4 times so far since game 1 and game 2.
That point snaps a 16-0 run by Barr and Fudge dating back to game 1. Right at the feet. Butler able to get a paddle on it, but too hot to handle.
Yeah, they're trying to drop that ball down, but just getting a little too much lift on the drops. I'd almost say, let's drive a couple of balls. Doesn't have to be 100%. That's something that's got a little bit of shape on it, and try to get some rhythm and some feel back.
So
Butler was expecting the lob. It almost looked like Barr was going to go for the lob, and then she just flips a little dink right there. Butler was already committed mentally to the lob, and now into the net.
It's too much from Barr. So much pressure at the kitchen line.
But that right there, that's a tough speed up. There's not enough pace on it to really put pressure on, and it becomes a cross-court speed up as well, straight into the two-hand of Barr.
Just
Butler's like, of course. Hits the net, just goes on. Whatever.
This happened, and Butler would be frustrated with this because yesterday, when Susanna Barr and Hunter Johnson played against Anderson Scarpa and Ariel Butler, I kid you not, Johnson and Barr had a dozen let cords that went their way. And so right now Butler's like, can we just stop this already? I'm sick and tired of these let cords.
Taking a timeout as Barr and Fudge in control of this match. The top seed up 8-1 in game 2 after taking game 1 11-1. Barr and Fudge in their second match of the day. They took down Daria Walczak and Krista Gecheva 8-6 in their first match. This is the third match of the afternoon for Butler and Lopez. They got through 5-4 before taking down Shelby Bates and Heather Nobler 8-8. If there is something that Butler and Lopez can take from this matchup, this is one of the furthest that they've made it into a tournament. It's continuing to build on what they've been able to do so far in the season.
Yeah, I was texting with AB last night. She was asking me, she was like, hey, what did you see last night from our game, when she played against Hunter Johnson and Susanna Barr? And I kind of gave her back. I'm like, you're playing very well. You're playing patient. I'd like to see her play with a little more power every once in a while. She does have it, and I'd like to see her play and mix that in just a little bit because she does get a little bit too conservative at times. And like right now, she's playing just a little tentative. Like you said, Chad, drive a couple.
Right now is the time that if you're going to get beat, right now you're getting beat not on your terms, right?
Yeah.
Might as well set the terms, take some opportunities, take some chances, try to put a little pressure on, change momentum. But if you're allowing Fudge and Barr to dictate the pace of play and move that ball around, they're way too comfortable right now.
9-1-1.
Very little pressure put on Barr and Fudge here in this quarterfinal match.
Second serve.
Second serve on the way. Still 9-1-2 in favor of the top seed.
9-1-2.
textbook from Barn Fudge.
I mean, she's going over the left shoulder. She's going left shoulder of both players. She's going corner to corner.
Match point. Off the tape and a clinical 11-1, 11-1 win for the top seed Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge over Ariel Butler and Carolina Lopez Azcarate. We will hear from the top seeds when we come back here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
And it's the 1 seed, Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr, moving on to the semifinals. Textbook win for them. Going 1-1. Tested it all. Lob. Cross court. Set up through the middle. A very comfortable win for them. And that's where Fudge and Barr just make you play one more ball and then step in and control it. And we're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Susanna, first I'll start with you. I told you guys off camera, we were talking in the booth. It seemed like a business trip for you guys that match. It was all business. Was that the game plan going in?
Yeah, I mean, we knew they wanted a lot of pace, and so our goal was just to cut down on our errors and stay strong for the whole match.
And like Susanna said, slowing them down, kind of dinking, elongated points. It seemed like you guys had a lot of success in that. Was that what you were looking for there, Megan?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think we were really smart with our third shots, just kind of choosing our spots wisely. But when the ball was up, we went after our attacks and set each other up really nicely. So it helps when you have a partner that you kind of know a little bit.
All right, well, congratulations, ladies. The 1 seed moving on to the semifinals. We'll take a quick break, and we'll have our first men's semifinal here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
In the Chase and the Pickleball Open.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Alas, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. Men's semifinal action coming up next here on Championship Court. J.W. Johnson. This is a deep cut. 64 APP medals since 2020. That is the most of any player. We got to shout out our producer, Hank Greening, for going down and finding that one.
About time.
It's in the ball. Yeah, no.
About time he did.
He sits back there and talks to us the whole time, but he finally did something back there.
I mean, you don't get to be a 64-time medal winner without playing some really quality pickleball. Oh, and by his way, his partner.
Now he's just
showing off.
Now he's just showing off.
Now he's just showing off.
It's like half of his partner, JW. These two, between Frazier and Johnson, two of the fastest hands. Actually, four. Once again, the counting. Four of the fastest hands you will see on tour.
Well, both of them typically, when we are talking about fast hands, it's a one-handed backhand and the forehand. So I'll give you the fastest hands of two.
Okay, I'll take it. We all know counting is not my strong suit.
But yes, I mean, JW and Frazier, staples on the APP Tour since the beginning in 2020. Good to see them here in Miami. Dylan Frazier already through to the mixed doubles final.
Talking
on the other side of the net. Maybe a surprise here. And again, that's going to be the theme of this tournament as a whole as we take a look at Jason Bach in the white top, black hat. 4 career APP medals. Some work to do to catch up to JW at 64. He is playing alongside Spencer Lanier. Lanier also playing as part of the Atlantic Cup that has been going on here in Miami. 2 APP silvers last year on tour. Chad, you know Spencer pretty well. What should we expect to see from Lanier playing alongside Bach?
Well, I mean, obviously you can see his height and the reach advantage. He does have fast hands as well. He's not one to speed up. He's a counter puncher. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see with Johnson and Frazier. Typically, they're counter punchers as well, with the exception of Johnson's reach in flick. But if they try and attack anything into the body of Spencer Lanier, he has that quick backhand flick that really takes you by surprise. And then Jason Bach, you know, he's got surprising power.
And you hitting it right on the headset. You're looking at me, and I'm like, of all the players on the court, Jason's probably the shortest in stature, but we talk about
he
all the time,
hits the hardest
He probably
ball.
hits the hardest out of all 4 of them, and he's gonna pick up the pace. And you'd think it'd be Spencer Lanier because of his height, but Spencer, like you said, Chet, is more of a counter puncher and will play a little softer. Look for Jason Bach to be the aggressor of the 2 of them.
Yeah, Bach's going to be the setup guy on that side. For Johnson and Frazier, look for Johnson's reach-in flick on the backhand side. One thing that he does so well is he's fully extended, quick flick, and you'll see that backhand flick and go straight to forehand. Frazier, short, compact swings. We saw that in mixed doubles. The reason why these guys have fast hands is because there's not much of a take back. It's very short, very compact, very controlled. So I'll be looking for some good fast hand exchanges in this one.
Johnson took home a silver medal as a service error to start us off. A silver medal in Sacramento alongside Will Howells.
0-0-1.
And already a backhand flick from Johnson. Whack.
Yeah, it's just, it's so short and it's so quick, but he also picks the spots extremely well.
Just wide, side out.
2 for 2.
I mean, he flicked that first one. It came back faster, and he was like, so what?
In watching Johnson play, always so relaxed in his demeanor. He never looks tight. Box speed up winner just inside the line.
Yeah, nice little speed up right there. And he had a couple options. That was the issue right there. And I think Frazier was leaning maybe a little more in line, and then he goes middle.
Just a little too much. I think he thought about speeding that one up down the line there for a second and then decided to go back cross court, tried to sell it with the body. And go.
If
Really
that
coming our way.
If
Yep.
that TV monitor wasn't there, I think they had the angle. It'd have been all you, Dorian.
Listen, I got third baseman hands over here.
Yeah, but you got an iPad in your hand right there. I would have dove in front. Just saying.
Don't believe
Oh,
that.
not a chance. No.
All right, so someone at some point, we need to get a ball into the booth to see who has the best hands. The hands team up here.
That's me, the middle infielder.
There's stuff going to be flying everywhere. But Lanier does a good job there of reaching in, taking that early. That allows him to create the angle on the overhead.
Nice.
Frazier all over it.
Yeah, great job staying out in front. And
he's just painting. He's painting walls right there.
The camera needs to be on Chad more
He really
often.
hit me with that
Just
one.
smacking balls right out in front. Just paddle out in front.
So he's just painting the wall.
Lanier
Backhand,
nearly
forehand.
got there. For Johnson, little thank you very much off of the net court side out.
1-1-1.
Just deep, going for the right shoulder of Lanier. You saw Lanier try to jump across there too. He almost jumped into the ball.
It's a lot of body to get out of the way if you're Spencer
I'll tell you
Lanier.
what, I'm not short, but when I'm standing next to Spencer Lanier, I feel like a dwarf.
Yeah, he's so tall and lanky.
Got a couple of those guys on tour. You got Lanier, Eric Lang as well. Andre Diascu, of course, maybe the most well-known in terms of those tall, lanky pickleball players as Lanier puts it into the net.
See, that's a tough ball there for Bach. He's driving the ball with 1 foot behind the baseline. That's not going to get anything done against Johnson and Frazier. If he's going to step into one, it's got to be in the transition area to speed up.
Nice placement there from Johnson to earn the side out.
What I want you to watch from Johnson, Frazier, Lanier, watch when a ball is going over the net. They all start with the paddle extended out in front. And then if they're going to let it drop, they come back down with it. That way they're not taking big backswings when they want to speed a ball up.
Good read there from Lanier on the speed up from Johnson. It was from a tough position, so Lanier able to get on top of that.
1-1-2.
That's the key right there, recognizing the speed up and getting on top of it.
Bach can't get the backhand of point for Johnson and Frazier.
2-1-2.
Breaks a battle of attrition.
Oh.
Are you kidding?
there's a couple slap forehands in there that should have been winners.
A firefight of the highest order.
1-2-1.
Just like hearing the sound of that one. That's pickleball right there.
Oh, high sitting ball, and Bach, his eyes got so big.
Yep, the sitter for Bach, and he just tries to do too much with it.
I understand the sentiment all too well. Nice backhand. Side out coming. It's just so fast off the paddle. The body is so relaxed, and then all of a sudden, through contact, it's on you before you know it.
You have to trust the hands. If you try to do too much with the body, you're going to jam yourself up. Ultimately, is what's going to happen. Did you see Jason Bach's paddle right
in the middle?
But I don't know what ball he's going to hit right there. That ball he's going to hit the one that's going 6 feet out.
In the middle of the point, Jason Bach stepped to the middle, put his hand up above his head. Typically, you'll see players step to the middle or step to a spot and put that paddle about shoulder height, ready for a speed up. Bach was way over his head. I don't know what he was looking at.
Oh, it's not like Johnson and Frazier lob very often either.
No.
He did it again right there.
Is that a new version of shadow swing?
Well, he's looking for the scorpion to come down on it, I guess. But
4-1-2, 1 minute.
Bach and Lanier taking a timeout as they find themselves trailing by 3 here early on in game number 1. This one has been tightly contested so far, but let's take another look at our Gamma Live to Play rally of the match. This one was definitely a firefight. It was on.
Just listen. Right there. That, like Chad said it, that's pickleball right there. That's the sound of pickleball. And especially at this highest level of these guys with their hands, it's ridiculous. That's why you get that difference from women's doubles to men's doubles. And we'll see the difference because we'll have a few men's matches today and a few women's matches. What happens is the men typically will not get into those firefights very often because the hands are so quick and good and powerful. The ladies, not saying that they're not powerful because they are, but the ladies will tend to tee off on each other a little bit more. Taking a step off that kitchen line, you'll see more of those firefights, but that was a good one on the men's side right there.
En route to the semifinals, Johnson and Frazier took down Patrick Kafka, part of that duo that surprised everyone in Sacramento, and Augusta Ska 4 in 5. Needed 3 games, though, to get past Gregory Dow and Anderson Scarpa. They dropped the first 6-11. Nice pressure there from Lanier. Bach finally got the scorpion he was looking for.
No, the defense there from Frazier and Johnson, getting balls back off of 3-4 overheads, and then just staying nice and calm, getting it back down into the kitchen, getting themselves into position. I was asked the question the other day of what's going to become the better attribute, defense or power, as the game moves forward. You need both. It has to be balanced. It used to be a defensive game, and then we had a slight run on the offensive power. But now you have to be proficient in both.
Goes long, is side out.
As soon as you were saying that, I was in my head going, it's got to be both.
Yeah.
Because, again, because the game has changed so much. When we came into the game, Chad, 10, 12 years ago, it was all defense. Now,
another point for Lanier and Bach.
You get that offensive mindset, but it can be deterred by good defense.
Yeah.
What contributed to the rise of power?
Paddles.
Paddle technology.
The new paddles with the power and the spin. I mean, honestly, we weren't playing with the wooden paddles. However, some people were still playing with them.
People think that
I
you and I
played
have been
with
in
the wooden
game so long.
paddles in intermediate high school.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says about my age, but
2013, 14, 15, when we started, it wasn't much of an upgrade from the wooden paddle as far as a Nomex core or the first honeycomb polymer cores. The surface didn't allow for any grit, any texture. it was typically a 2 or 3 layer core. Now we're looking at 4, 5, 6 layers, which adds a little bit more power, adds some deadening. We have texture, we have weight balance.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Lanier able to get to it. Well, Frazier in the middle of the court there.
The hands, the reset here from Frazier. The ball just dots
right
the
on
line.
the line. Going back to the paddles, the first company to use a no mesh or a honeycomb core was ProLite with Arlen Ferrante. And it was a fire retardant material that Boeing uses on their airlines because it's lightweight and they can do the interiors in it. So there's large sheets of it. So now you start cutting it up, making a
paddle,
a paddle and a core out of it, and that's what developed. Now you can go to the core manufacturers, and it's almost like you're walking into a donut shop, and you're like, I want that shape, that shape, that shape, this shape, this shape, and then what are we going to add to it? What type of texture? And then the companies add a little bit of fine tuning with some of their secret ingredients within the paddle.
That one too hot off of the Selkirk paddle of Frazier.
As Bach's walking back to the baseline, he's like, oh, I got away with one there.
Still 8-2-2 for the top seeds. Trying to avoid being snake bitten like so many of the top seeds in this tournament. That's ridiculous. That is the most casual reset.
But that's how
like
you
I'm
have
not
to be,
affected.
though. That's how you have to be. Imagine that you're trying to catch a ball, right? If we're going to the softball, baseball reference,
right.
If you're trying to catch a ball and you're lunging at it, stabbing at it, whatever, you're not going to catch it.
Right.
You let it come to the hand, and it takes the power off, and that's the reset.
Would have thought you were a catcher almost instead of a pitcher.
Oh my gosh, I was a two-way guy for like 25 years.
Oh, and Bach trying to go down that line. But like Chad said, you watch, though, too, and it's not about just defense. We go back to that replay. Frazier blocks 2. Johnson steps in and counters the 3rd, right? So it's turning that defense into offense.
Bach can't make the pickup side out as Frazier and Johnson closing in on taking game number 1.
8-2-1.
Nice hit there.
Well, just a little too much swing there for Bach. He's trying to roll that quickly, but the downside is when you try to rush the finish to get the shot off, you end up cutting the swing short.
Oh,
What a combination. Frazier's able to put that away.
Well, Jason Bach, not sure what the thought process was there because Dylan Frazier is sitting on that forehand. I mean, his forehand was sitting there.
Well, he sold it, too. He took a little jab step to the middle, so it made Bach think the line was open. Hey, there it was. He had the paddle up, so I figured it out now. What he does is he holds the paddle up and then he just bends the knees. Yeah.
Still game point for Johnson and Frazier. Able to convert on the second try as the top seeds take game 1 of this first of 2 men's semifinal. They take it 11-2. We will be right back with game 2 action here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It's been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com via the QR code on the screen to get your instant discount. Jack Monroe taking some time to take in the action, get a little food. You saw Gabe Tardio get some food during timeouts yesterday in the bronze medal match.
Jack over there talking to Linda Long.
Jack also part of that Atlantic Cup alongside Spencer Lanier. Won the men's doubles last night alongside Richard Livernese Jr. Mixed doubles action coming up on Sunday, Chad? In the Atlantic Cup?
Yeah.
Yep.
Starting at 8 a.m. We got to win all three. We are behind 4-2 right now.
I'm glad that you have to be here for the 8 a.m. start, not me.
Oh, I like
That's a
that.
good put away from Bach.
Yeah, and I like that speed up there. It was a little bit more elevated. Was it potentially going to go long? Maybe, but it's in a position where Frazier can't get out of the way of it.
I was just playing a little more aggressive right now. And again, it's like we talked about in that last quarterfinal matchup on the women's side, where we would have liked to see Butler and Lopez just go after it. Like, play aggressive. You got nothing to lose. Right now, it's exactly what Bach and Lanier are doing.
1-0-1. Second serve.
Second serve coming.
1-0-2.
Again,
coming at you.
We talk about center mass right there. It's across the shoulders, just below the throat, unfortunately.
Hey,
but right there,
personal.
Frazier can't get out of the way, so he has to put a paddle on it, and then it ends up popping up.
Nothing personal, just business.
So is that.
That's just so calm right there. Ball pops up off the tape to Johnson. Adjusts from fastball to off speed and just slaps a single through the middle.
This time Frazier makes the adjustment where as soon as he sees Bach go with that bigger take back, he slides. Now he's getting it outside, getting on top of it.
couple of big drives from Frazier, and we're tied at 2.
Well, that's the thing, too, is once Dylan Frazier sees it more and a couple more times, he's going to be on it. He's learning as he's playing, right? So it's making that adjustment in game.
That one sails long, another point for the top seed. It's not often that you think about guys like Frazier and top seeds who say still learning as they're playing when they're already this good.
No.
Oh,
it's not learning the game.
You mean
It's
learning
the tendencies.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
It's like, give the man his due, Dom.
Yeah, no.
All right.
And that's where we see in the top players and the highest seeds, their adjustments, their in-game adjustments are much faster than the others.
Bach and Lanier taking a timeout as they are trailing by 2 here in game number 2. Earlier this week, the APP announced the 2024 Next Gen National Team comprised of 7 boys and 6 girls. You take a look at them. They're part of this Next Gen National Team. Chad, you can speak more about this. Is the Atlantic Cup that has been going on as a side tournament in this tournament. There was a lot of loud action going on yesterday after we got done with the mixed doubles bracket.
There is. The atmosphere for the Atlantic Cup has been phenomenal. So Team Europe chose 3 of their top men and 3 of their top ladies from across Europe. We put our top 3 next gen from either side into it. So, and then we see Jack Monroe there talking with Linda Long, part of our Atlantic Cup team. So it's a good experience for our next gen players, the up and coming pros, to get exposure to, not only high level play like they are here on the APP, but different play. And I can say right now, Team Europe owns us in singles.
I did stay and watch that match that Richard Liverneys Jr. ended up losing, but that game 2 was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where I think pickleball across Europe is a little bit deeper within the tennis realm and the tennis players coming across. So that's where the strength is in singles. But, definitely we're a little bit stronger in the doubles side of it as far as the comparisons between the 2 teams right now.
Hands battle there goes the way of Bach and Lanier.
Well, Bach just sitting in the middle right there with that big forehand. Great read by him. Oh, no.
Oh,
Same
Bach
guy,
into
and it is out of here.
That was off the chase board.
Castellanos makes it 4-0 with a deep drive.
8 rows deep. Straight center field.
Did you drop a Castellanos?
I did.
Just because it's close to my last name? Wow.
You wish you could hit like that. That was ambitious.
No, I like the thought process for it, but he flicked it straight up.
It's too high.
Instead of getting a little bit more roll. So that ball right there, especially in the men's sides, we see effective offensive lobs that are maybe a foot above the opponent's head with some pace on it because the guys get back so well. In the women's side, it's a much higher, deeper lob.
6-2-1 in favor of Johnson and Frazier after they took game 1 11-2. Frazier can't make the third.
Yeah, Bach and Lanier started off really hot this game, going up 2-0 quick. And then now Frazier and Johnson kind of dialed things back in, reading the speed ups better.
Just like Chad was talking about, the in-game adjustments.
Well, Johnson changed his mind because it looked like he wanted to pull the trigger, and then he didn't and backed off it. It was already too late.
2-6-1.
There it is. That's the learning as the game goes on, Dorian. That's for you.
I
But
appreciate
again,
that.
it's reading that, right? And learning the tendencies.
I'm also learning as we go on.
Plus the ability there to get on the ball and know if a counter is coming back from low to high, that ball's going to go out.
Lanier able to put it away. Lanier and Box road to the semifinals. They took down Grayson Golden and Stephen Madonia in their first match, 7-8. before beating Klinger and Andre Mick. I actually watched a part of that. I thought that was going to be a competitive match. It was 9-7. And then absolutely steamrolled Stefano Verne and Brendan Long. I think this is the surprise for all of us watching that. That happened on the court right next to us. 3-2 in that match. That was absolutely not a competition.
Wow. Dylan Frazier had Lanier leaning like he was going to pull the trigger. Didn't.
And then got him with the off speed.
Yeah. He had Lanier leaning backward on his heels.
7-3-1. What a forehand roll from Frazier. You're right, Chad. Too good.
Well, it's he's kept the same motion with all of the forehand dinks, right? That's out there in front. The forehand dink just bumps it back. This time just accelerates with the wrist, rolls it through the court nicely.
And then Frazier goes right back through the middle with the backhand.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, on the drive right there, and then the crash after. They're just coming on their toes, leaning forward, putting all that pressure on. Oh. Nice ball from Lanier, getting that ball down at the feet there of Dylan Frazier.
Second serve coming as Johnson and Frazier just 2 points away from advancing into Championship Sunday.
Side out.
Uncharacteristic miss there for Johnson.
3-9-1.
3-9-1.
Second serve.
His third.
Trying to get back in right here. That's like the death of you. If you miss thirds, you have to get your thirds in. Just get it over at least. Make them hit another ball. There it is, right there.
Yeah.
It's almost
killer concept.
But that's
like you know what you're talking about.
And that's a good spot right there with Frazier uncoiling out of the stack as well. He's hitting that one on the run.
Lanier able to win the hands battle.
Yeah, Johnson just broke the wrist a little too much there and flicked down on top of it.
That's a good combo from Frazier because after he speeds this up, he slides to the middle to get on top of that last one, but just punches it a little too hard, a little too long.
Little run here for Lanier and Bach in game number 2.
You're on your heels moving back away from the net. That's just probably
not the spot.
It's probably the worst time to be speeding up when you're falling away like that. Oh,
nice sell.
That's a nice roll from Lanier. Bach and Lanier able to get 3 back. Need to play some defense.
Yeah, and Lanier sold this one with the body. It's the setup and the body movement like he's going to take that cross court and then just slides it down the line.
Point. And match point coming up for Frazier and Johnson as Lanier and Bach take a timeout, trailing at 10-6-2 here in game number 2.
Yeah, nice little run here, though, from Bach and Lanier to get back in it. But again, you get that momentum going. You got to keep it going, especially against a team like Frazier and Johnson.
That's something that doesn't help falling down 9-3 and then having to dig out of a significant hole.
it's definitely a bit of a momentum killer when you get down that early. However, if you have the right mindset there and you start creeping back in, then that momentum shift comes back. And we saw it yesterday in mixed doubles with Frazier and Black.
We did.
They were down 9-5, won 11-9, or 12-10, sorry,
yeah.
and then
carried it in
and took in an 8-0 lead in the game 2, ended up winning that one
11-1.
11-1. So it was an 18-2 run, but it's pickleball. Anything can happen right now.
That run was part of a semifinal win for Frazier and Tyra Black over Will Howes and Millie Rain in the first of 2 mixed double semifinals.
Point. Game.
Goes long, and the match goes to the top seeds. Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson are advancing into Championship Sunday. They take it 11-2, 11-6. We will hear from them when we come back here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by SI Tickets, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Aura Organic, plant-based nutrition.
A late run by Bach and Lanier wasn't enough to hold off the 1 seed, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson, moving through to Championship Sunday. And look at that hand exchange right there from all 4 players. Certainly weren't lacking any power in this one, but again, it's Johnson and Frazier just too strong. And they'll be moving on. We have Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Dylan, I'll start with you. You guys are students of the game. You're constantly learning, constantly taking things in, especially in game. It seemed like they got you on a couple balls in the middle, and then you figured it out. What is it like when you're playing with JW and you guys figuring things out as you go?
Yeah, this is a new team for both of us. I think we hadn't played that team before, and they were tricky, especially Jason with the forehand speed up. He could kind of go any direction with it, so it was just a matter of seeing him do it a couple times and then seeing if you could pick up on the tell or the giveaway and then make adjustments from there. I've always got J-Dub to cover my side. He covers a pretty large area of the court, so it makes it a little easier too.
And then JW, playing against Spencer, another young up-and-coming player. He's got such good reach. What does that do for you as far as timing goes? He's taking so many out of the air right there.
Yeah, I had to play a little more safe because he was able to reach a lot and flick a lot and create a lot throughout the air. So I had to either hit a little bit short or hit more cross court.
All right, well, congratulations, boys. Moving on to the finals. Well, congratulations. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, our second semifinal here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Typical insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Yola, for the champion in you. Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. And Fat Tire, crisp, bright, easy drinking. Welcome back to Championship Court as we get set for our men's singles gold medal match between the 2-seed Jack Foster and Will Howes, not seeded in the main draw. Oh, the court coverage from Howes was ridiculous. Paints the line, winner for Howes. Howes able to finally shut the door on game number 1. Oh, such good placement from Foster. Foster takes game number 2. We will head to a winner-take-all game 3 in the men's singles gold medal match. Winner from Howes. What else could you want?
What is going on with these guys? Just running stuff down so well.
Will Howes closing in on a gold medal.
Yes, he did.
For the first time, Will Howes is golden.
Everyone here is what allows me to get to those balls. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Will Howes playing to the crowd a little bit there following his gold medal singles victory in Sacramento. He's got a pair of them in 2024. Howes playing doubles this week alongside Ryler DeHart. He was with J.W. Johnson last week. They took a silver against Andre Deescu and Gabe Tardio. Ryler DeHart in the red and black on the other side. There he is. 5 medals won in 2023. Dom, you and I were talking on Thursday during the men's singles and the way that Ryler was playing. You said you have never seen him look so locked in as he has this week in Miami.
Well, he's moving well right now. He's coming off of a little bit. He's been banged up a little bit, but he's really worked his way back to being healthy. He was striking the ball so well in singles. It was phenomenal. But yes, he's really worked his way back, playing really well, and playing really good doubles right now, too. Made a run in the points draw yesterday in mixed doubles. Almost made it back to the 9th place match, but played really well with Riley Bonert. But him and Will Howes, it's kind of a dynamic duo. A lot of pressure they're going to put on. They're going to bring a lot of pace. They're going to want to bring a lot of pace. Ryler DeHart sitting in the middle with that left-handed forehand. He is going to pull the trigger very often and try and set himself up.
There's a look at Eric Lang, part of the bracket-busting duo on the other side of the net. Lang, 43 years old, is home West Lynn, Oregon, playing with the glasses for this match. Didn't have those on earlier in the day, maybe to deal with some of that pace that we expect to see from DeHart and Howes, like you're talking about. And his partner, one of the biggest personalities on tour, Max Manthau, the former Washington Husky, making his home in Tacoma, 32 years old. We've seen Manthau make runs through tournaments before. This is one of the furthest that he's gotten in men's doubles. Chad, what should we expect from the partnership between Lang and Manthau?
Yeah, Manthau made a deep run in Daytona last year, and that kind of made people aware of who he was. He has a lot of power, has a really good two-hand backhand counter and attack, but it's this knife of a slice on the with a two-hand backhand that we don't typically see. It has a lot of spin on it that stays down, and it's really been able to set himself and Lang up. Lang, now going full-time pickleball. Yes. We have seen his level jump over the last 6 to 8 months. He's become more aggressive. He's using his size and his power to his advantage. And what we saw in the quarterfinal from Lang and Manthau is that they're not backing down. They're inserting pace where it needs to be, and they're allowing the opponents to drive and attack and just saying, hey, you know what? I don't care how hard you hit the ball. We're going to counter it. We're going to get on top, and we're going to now flip the script and put the pressure on you.
Something that Lang said about playing alongside Manthau. This is the first time they've played together, decided to do it 3 weeks ago. They're both Pacific Northwest guys. They live close to one another, so they said, hey, let's team up for Miami. But he said, one of the things I love about playing with Manthau is that he covers court. And if there's something you should expect to see in this match, Manthau covers court, and Will Howes can track down almost anything.
Rumor has it was in the bathroom in Sacramento during the Sacramento Open when Eric Lang asked Max to play with them. And Max was like, yeah, a trip to Florida? Might as well. Let's do it. And, hey, it's well worth it right now, sitting here in the semifinal, 1 win away from going to Championship Sunday.
Lang here with his family. His wife and kids are here with him. He said it's a spring break trip. Everyone's getting to come to Miami this week. And Dad Eric Lang putting on a show for them into the second of the men's semifinals, as Max Manthau and Eric Lang getting set to take on Ryler DeHart and Will Howes. DeHart and Howes also talk about the dynamic and the pace and the power. Also, you've got DeHart who's a lefty, so it changes the dynamic a little bit as well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I love how you mentioned Eric Lang and his family here, too, because he told me the other day, he's like, yeah, he goes, we're turning a spring break trip.
Yep.
Might as well, right?
I asked him if his family comes with to every tournament, and he said it just depends on the location. It feels like we've seen a lot of family come with players. I mean, Miami, why not, right?
APP family, baby.
It is one big family on tour here.
We may be dysfunctional with each other sometimes,
but we love each other.
Get along.
No, I mean, Landon like literally throws a fit if we say, hey, you got to stay at home for a trip. He wants to come and play 40 hours of pickleball.
There it is, DeHart. There's that left-handed forehand, and he's going to bring that pace.
1-0-2.
That time couldn't make the cut. Side out. Manthau and Lang at the top of your screen in the purple tops.
0-1-1.
Oh,
just long.
Had both Howes and DeHart.
Scramble mode.
Yeah, they both jump up same time.
0-1-2.
Oh, that was very, very good.
You can also see all three of us in the booth in the back Also up out of the
Looking
chair.
up.
Well, we're trying to see over the desk, the cameras, the screen.
That's a nice
so
ball
good.
through the middle.
So good, Eric Lang stepping in, reading that drop from Manthau.
Eric Lang playing with a ton of confidence as well. You can just see it in his mannerisms and his demeanor.
1-2.
Oh, right shoulder. And I think, part of that confidence, he played on a team with Ben Johns and was able to really take some risks, knowing that he had a partner that was going to cover for him. And then it just helped him develop the game. But also, too, like I said, he's now gone full-time pickleball, so he's putting a lot more time into his game.
I went full-time pickleball just about a year ago. Did not play tennis in college, one of the few on tour, but does have that background from when he was younger. As Howes can't make the pickup.
Eric Lang used to work with Head as a regional sales representative for them.
He has been in and around the industry for more than 20 years.
He has. That's how he got introduced to pickleball. They put him in pickleball. Said, hey, this is part of what you're going to be doing now, and he fell in love with it.
A little bit of foreshadowing there from the company.
That was crazy because in 2018, I got a call from Melissa McCurley, who is part of our APP team, and she's like, hey, I got someone who would love to play the U.S. Open. You want to play with him? And it was Eric Lang. And I got to play with Eric Lang in his first U.S. Open. It was an absolutely incredible experience. I've known him since then. One of the best guys out there.
Who carried who in that tournament?
Oh, Eric carried Dom all the way.
That's what I figured was the answer was going to be. Finally, DeHart able to find it.
No doubt about that.
Dom does have some of the softest hands in the game, but that's about it.
Hey, I was a singles hitter, stole bases, had good hands as a middle infielder. It's my game.
Get off! All three of us said the same thing.
I mean, that's not a bad lob there from DeHart, but Manthau
got hops.
A couple of feet off the ground right there. I like that.
That's a
move.
nice combination there.
There's your shake and bake right
yep.
there, right? So Dorian was asking us what a shake and bake is.
That's not what I said.
That's I'm joking. I'm joking. How to pick it. And that is it right there. So you know DeHart's going to drive. We're going to see another one. Oh, a little too big there from Manthau. So we're taking a look at that shake and bake where DeHart is going to drive. Howes is already up there through the motion. So it puts the pressure on your opponents. Not only they're trying to block that pace that's coming through, but now you got to think about, well, if I leave it up, my opponent's already right there.
Catching one in the teeth. Nice placement. Again, Howes going for the Ernie, left DeHart a little bit exposed there.
Yeah, good control from Manthau, too, because he gets this ball off the tape. Good hands from DeHart, but Manthau goes backhand, forehand side and hits the open space that was vacated by Howes on the Ernie attempt.
Good start for Lang and Manthau, up 5-2-1 here in the second men's semifinal. Winner of this one moving on to take on Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson tomorrow. Great hands from DeHart. Just missed it.
Well, it's actually from Manthau right there. The speed up off the two-hand backhand where that caught the net, and it jumps straight to the forehand. It now gives DeHart a very small lane. And DeHart decides to go backhand side on Manthau, but Manthau's left foot's right on the line. And he run out of court, and he knew exactly where he was.
Yep.
Interested in creating a pickleball league in your community? Introducing APP UTR Pickleball Leagues with no age minimum or maximum and men's, women's, and mixed formats. There's a chance for everyone to compete and make it to the National Championships in Fort Lauderdale, December 7th through 10th. Interested players and venues can visit the app.global/pickleball leagues for more information. Howes and DeHart coming out of the timeout, trailing by 4. What's the biggest adjustment that they need to make here?
Well, right now you have Lang and Manthau have slowed the game down. They're really not playing that aggressive unless play is dictated or they're getting a ball up. And what that hurts is DeHart and Howells because they want to play with that pace. They want to play that little chaotic, and they're not allowed to do that right now. They need to pick up the pace like DeHart did right off the bat.
Better ball there from Howells.
Yeah, good counter right there. Lang started the speed up there and put him on the defensive as he tried to run up through that instead of just foot-stepping through the transition.
Side out.
Good reach in there, side out.
2-6-1.
Oh, nice roll there from Manthau. Just sells it that he's going to take a little bit off it. I think DeHart was looking more for him to roll it to his feet, but just splits the middle.
Just sails long. There's a nice reset there by DeHart in the middle of that point.
Yeah, a good speed up there from Howells to end it. Catches Lang taking one step to the right. Now we have
discussion between Will Howells and Larry Scott, our referee.
Look at it. Look at our referees out there. They're all decked out in their Skechers gear. Big thank you to Skechers for supplying the uniforms for our referees.
And our sneakers.
And our sneakers. Yeah, Dom and I have quite a few now.
I only have one, so I need to catch up.
It's a mainstay in our closet.
I am a sneakerhead, and now I am a Skechers sneakerhead.
Yeah, I can't catch up to you with the Nikes. I think I might have more Skechers.
4-6-2.
4-6-2.
Wow, what a spot there on the backhand flick from Eric Lang. Going left foot of Will Howells. Problem right there, Will Howells trying to run through transition.
Too strong from Howells. Another point for Lang and Manthau.
7-4-1.
Wow, Eric Lang
all over,
not letting the ball bounce, just reaching so far out in front, using his wrist flick to his advantage. Great job by Eric Lang.
I mean, look at the size of his forearms. They might be about the size of my calf muscles.
It's a big man.
I got very skinny.
8-4-1.
I think my old forearms are bigger than my calf muscles.
It is cruise control right now here for Lang and Manthau. Wow.
I mean, one
threads the
thing
needle.
to say about Lang and Manthau right now is that they're playing with confidence. They're like, I'm going to speed it up. I don't care how hard you're going to counter it back at me. You're not going to beat me. And that's a perfect 1-2 combination there from Manthau.
And it brings up game point.
Wow.
Speed up gets the tape, and Lang and Manthau continue to roll. They take game one 11-4. They will try and play their way into Championship Sunday when we come back here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Eric Lang and Max Manthau 1 game away from moving on to Championship Sunday, and they've gotten here, Dom, in an unconventional way.
Yeah, and what you see here is you see Eric Lang being more of the aggressor, and he's playing the right-hand side. You have Manthau, who's being the setup player more times than not in this pairing, playing the left side. Oh, a little love right there off the tape early for Howells, but again, it's a little unconventional, but for player standpoint, Manthau comfortable on that left, Lang comfortable reaching in with his backhand. So as unconventional as it may be, it's not for them.
Couple of love off the tape there for Howells, able to get on the board. And Chad, you and I were talking prior to this match starting. Lang has injected more power into his game as he's continued on through his career. He wasn't always that way.
Yeah, he used to be that counterpuncher guy where he was wanting you to speed up at him, and he was just going to sit on that backhand and punch it straight back. And he was very good at it. But now what he's doing is he's speeding that ball up and almost creating the counter-attack opportunities for himself rather than waiting for somebody to speed it up at him.
Oh, and DeHart was expecting Howells to step over and take that, and he didn't.
All goes back to the newer pairings that we are still seeing on tour. That's just the third tournament of the season. That one in on the hands of Lang, sails out of bounds. Another point. This is the largest lead for Howells and DeHart at 3-0-2.
3-0-2.
Ooh, got called for the push-off.
Larry Scott all over it.
Howells can't believe it. Got up to get the overhead. But over the kitchen line.
Left foot.
Oh,
yeah, very
Larry Scott.
on top
Larry
of it.
Scott all over it. Not even just on the line, but inside the kitchen.
Yeah, the pink shoes do make it a little bit easier to see.
I mean, it might highlight your feet a little bit.
I tell players, wear white shoes. Blends into the line. Got to be smart about this stuff.
1-3-1.
Yeah, good
Howells
spot.
very careful to keep his feet out of the kitchen that time.
Well, and it was a much better spot on the Ernie. We've seen Howells trying to attempt a couple of Ernies so far in this one, but he's gone back through the middle. Lang takes a step to that middle, and it's just nice, easy passing shot down the line.
Ooh, Will Howells. That was impressive on him to get out of that stack so soon, get to the kitchen line, and actually set up. Set his feet nicely, able to get that two-handed backhand down.
Talked about Howells' court coverage there, using that quick first step. And all of a sudden, it howls into heart. You can feel the momentum shifting.
Yeah, and difference between game 1 and game 2. DeHart and Howes are now setting the pace. They're being more aggressive. They're putting the pressure on Lang and Manthau. In game 1, Lang and Manthau just took the power away from Howes and DeHart.
Missed the ATP.
Yeah, a little wide on that ATP. Manthau was there, and a good lead for him, too.
Tons of pressure from Howell.
Reset to Ernie there from Will Howes.
Howell's also newer to the game as we take a look at that, Ernie. Only been playing pickleball about a full year now. After good career in Notre Dame playing tennis. Oh. Lob over the 6'4" guy.
I was going to say, tough to get it over Eric Lang and keep it in. Especially down the line on a shorter court.
You hear DeHart after he hit it. Get in! Trying to will it in.
No wind here inside the Miami Convention Center to maybe help him out. Got it a little too fine, did Manthau.
1-5-2.
Nice combination there to earn the side out.
That ball was close to the baseline there, and I was just like, we've seen one challenge over the last 2 days.
Yeah, one yesterday.
Lang and Manthau taking a timeout as they are trailing by 4 here in game number 2. DeHart and Howes trying to force a winner-take-all game 3. Humana would like to recognize Dawn Horan for the Humana Human Care Spotlight. Dawn has volunteered for multiple years for the APP throughout many different roles. In her own words, quote, to be part of a helping the APP that values every person who comes through the gates, that constantly strives to take the player experience to the next level, that continues to innovate and expand its offerings, that has a vision for the future that includes all of us. It's magical, exciting, and an absolute honor to serve. Thank you to Dawn and all of our volunteers this weekend in Miami. We could not do what we do without them.
Dawn showed up like right as we said it yesterday.
If we could get her back.
But she didn't do it today. We're missing out.
We got to let her know when we're talking about her.
She is absolutely an amazing woman.
She takes care of us everywhere we go.
Everywhere.
I'm not sure how DeHart got that reset back. couple of balls into that rally right there. It was all the way back behind his body.
Oh, Howell's trying to get his paddle down right there. Can't get it down fast enough. Too much pace off the paddle of Eric Lang.
So Lang and Manthau able to consolidate coming out of the timeout, able to earn the side out back on serve.
Oh, nice ball there from DeHart.
Good placement.
And that's the downside sometimes of having size or that height advantage. You want to try and cover so much of the middle. Lang gets caught there covering a little bit, opens up that ball that goes back behind him.
Well, and that's what Ryler DeHart does so well, too, is he runs around his forehand when he's going to dink, and what he has is options.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, one of his best options is when he sits there and then he hoods it over and pulls it back with him. So just like he did, pulls it to the sideline right there. It's such a good shot. May not look like it, but it is.
Howell's able to hang with it off the tape, side out.
Side out. 5-2-1.
In off the handle, out of bounds. Second serve coming. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say, I definitely like Eric Lang more on the right. Right now, Manthao and Lang are playing straight up. So he was on the left there for a little bit, but.
Good angle from Howells.
Yeah, he finally found a spot away from Lang. First two, he went right at him. And the third one, first one there, second one there, and then he finally finds the sideline. Again, these guys such good hands. If you get it anywhere within striking distance, it's coming back over.
It's coming back. Uh-oh. What happened?
6-2-2.
You're in a reserve.
Yeah, that's too quick there from Manthao. He looks down at the line, almost like it slid through a little bit, but still, even when that ball's sliding, you're now trying to rush and you flick. Even if that goes over the net, it's going to sit up.
Oh, look at Ryler DeHart stepping in, sliding all the way over, and just no holding that. He's just going to pull the trigger and see what happens.
Well, DeHart and Howes are playing with a lot more confidence here in game two.
Stepping, giving DeHart and Howells a 6-point lead here in game number 2.
Well,
Howells misses the third.
What did we say? We said in game 1 is like they've been slowed down. They're not playing with any pace. They started off that way, and then they got slowed down. In game 2, they made it a point to come out and just say, we're going to pull the trigger, and we're going to see where the chips fall.
Another good speed up there from DeHart. Gets Manthao on the run. Only thing he can do is try to block it here as he's coming back across.
Night and day difference between games 1 and 2. Howells a little bit too fine. A point for Lang and Manthao. Still a 5-point deficit.
3-8-2.
Oh,
into the shoulder.
Got him in the
Ryler turned into it.
Got him in the.
Trying to get a hit by pitch.
No, it got him in the left shoulder blade.
He was trying to get
out
skinny,
of the way.
but then his shoulder blade stuck out and got it in the left shoulder blade.
Nice deep ball there.
Yeah, and that's a really good spot right there from Howells as well. Lang's going to try to come straight forward because the ball's in front of him. He takes that back behind the left foot.
The return was long. So now Howells and DeHart 2 points away from forcing a game 3, and Lang and Manthao want to take a timeout.
Yeah, they got to get back to slowing these points down. It's just getting a little too hectic right now for Lang and Manthao. DeHart and Howells are pretty much setting the pace, and they have from the first point of this second game. They started out that way early.
Flip to the script.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you had a slower first game. Now you have a lot more pace in this second game.
Let's take a look at the difference between game 1 and 2. Let's go back to game 1 where Lang and Manthao really took control early on.
Yeah, so you see them, and what happens is they're going to slow down. Not there.
Well, not that
but
point.
Again, they were dictating the pace. But right there again, they start off going slow with the dink, gets up off that cord. Right there, slow, but then it's speed up on their pace. It's not on the pace of DeHart and Howells.
Well, and we haven't seen many speed ups from them in game 2. But now it became DeHart and Howells able to really put more pressure on Lang and Manthao and not really establish themselves up at the kitchen line.
Oh. What? Begrudgingly, both Lang and Manthao looked back and said, yeah, that's it.
I honestly thought that was going like a foot deep.
Oh,
landed
corner pocket.
Well inside
Could not
the
be
line.
more corner pocket, and now it is game point.
Ooh,
Well,
no.
Get one, not two.
No, it was Hal's made a quick look over to somebody in the crowd there in the baseline. And they were like, yeah, that was out. He was like, all right, I won't waste the challenge.
Second serve still coming.
10-4-2. Second serve.
Lang and Manthau able to stave off 2 game points.
That's good pressure right there from Manthau on the cross-court dink to Howells. Howells ends up trying to reset it, but it was too much pressure.
4-10-1.
Can't make the pickup.
Second serve.
So second serve down by 6 here in game 2.
4-10-2.
Off the edge guard.
Off
Get one back.
pace. Yeah. A little off pace speed up there from Manthau. If he hits that harder, the heart's there. But he gets it down at the shins. Perfect spot.
I think we're having a little mic
issue
there with head referee Larry Scott.
I think that was the reason for the reserve earlier, is because some players heard the score, some didn't.
It's 5-10-2. Howell's not able to reset.
I'm seeing a good pattern here for Manthau and Lang, is if he can pull, that being Manthau, hard cross-court dink to Howells. When Howells resets it, it goes to Lang. Now they get into something that they can handle.
DeHart tried to speed it up, and 3 straight points now for Lang and Manthau.
Yeah, and there was that was that hooded speed up there that you were talking about, Dom, from DeHart. And he just tried to rush it and flatten it out a little bit. He'd taken 2 nice forehands on the bounce and somewhat of an aggressive dink to the backhand side of Manthau.
DeHart and Howells called the serve out.
We may get a challenge. I think we are going to get a challenge.
We will.
Hey, we're going to get our first challenge of the day.
So Lang and Manthau going to challenge that the serve was in. It was called out by both DeHart and Howells.
Some action behind us.
Yeah, they're going to game 3. So Zhajing and Harris took game 1, and then Rejkowska and Castillo won game 2, 11-9 after being up 6-0.
Oh, man.
So going into game 3 now.
Take another look.
I would say that ball's out. It just came up right now.
Love how the players always want to come to us and ask us, is it in or out? What we think don't matter.
Not. There you are.
Don't or does it?
Both.
It do not matter.
I just gotta give you a hard time.
So the call does stand. The ball was out, and it gives the serve back over to Howells and DeHart for game point number 3.
Who's in play? 10-7-1.
That time, DeHart able to finish, and we will head to a winner-take-all Game 3 here in our men's second semifinal of the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
We're back here on Championship Court for our Game 3 between Eric Lang and Max Manthau and the 6th seed Ryler DeHart and Will Howells. Lang and Manthau took Game 1 11-4 before DeHart and Howells took Game 2 11-7. Flick roll from Howells.
Yeah, Manthau just trying to be a little too aggressive with that backhand dink cross court. Gives it a little too much air, and Lang's still hanging out in the middle there. Gives the opening for Howells to go back behind him.
Miss third, side out. As much as we talked about Lang and Manthau being bracket busters on their way into the semifinal, don't forget that Howells and DeHart knocked off the Johnson brothers in the quarterfinals in 3 games, and for large parts of 2023, the Johnson brothers were one of the best men's doubles team on tour.
On again.
Though.
Yeah, he went down the line the first one. Now he goes left shoulder, and Lang expecting it down the line.
Side out.
DeHart and Howells starting off Game 2 very similar. Starting off Game 3 very similar to their tempo in Game 2. Look for them to stay aggressive here. Keep trying to apply the pressure.
Just wide.
Yeah, just missing that right there wide. But like you said, Chad, it's the momentum carrying over from Game 2 to Game 3 here for DeHart and Howells.
2-0-1.
Double change up.
That ball, like 15 miles an hour slower.
But to any other human,
if Lang
too, they're not
doesn't
going to
have
reach
the
it.
reach,
Yeah.
he's not getting to that ball.
DeHart getting big at the kitchen line, side out.
The 7-foot wingspan of Eric Lang helped him there.
Got a couple of 6'4" guys on tour. Need to do a pro day as DeHart misses the return.
3 of them in the next gen team, and like I said, we got 6'5", 6'6" in there with Jaden Broderick and Spencer Lanier. I'm 6'2", and I feel like you when you're standing next to us.
Get you an apple box.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, 2.
Couple of missed returns, and we're tied at 2.
But on 2 very big serves here from Eric Lang, too. He's going for a serve.
That's something we haven't seen much from Will Howells in his doubles game. He has a big serve when he plays singles. Hasn't utilized it either the last 2 days. Backhand speed up from Howells.
Third time Howells has got that backhand speed up. He's gone twice down the line, once at the body. He keeps changing it up as well.
You talk about the serve as well compared to singles and doubles. Singles at this point right now is you have to go for the serve, right? If you give that easier serve, it's a much bigger return, and in reality, you're going to lose the point anyway. Oh, nice
DeHart
hands
wins
there
the battle.
from DeHart.
We did see
But-
House serve an ace in
but-
Sacramento in doubles.
But if you're going into doubles, it's more about you're throwing away the opportunity of scoring a point with the missed serve.
Great pressure there at the kitchen line.
It's a reset clinic, though, for both Howells and DeHart, just sitting in the transition. Reset, 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 trying to get up. They just never could right there, or never get a reset to drop in the kitchen.
Crawled along the tape and landed out.
Like the little pat on the back from Manthau to Lang going, hey, we got this. Let's go right here. Oh, no. And then the huge forehand, huge take back there from Manthau. And 1 point away from an end change here in game 3.
5-2-2 in favor of the 6 seeds.
Well, I think DeHart maybe hit an out ball right there. He looks at the sideline right after he puts the paddle on it as well. Lang caught it off the edge guard after it kicked off the net cord.
Will Howells right now has Eric Lang's number straight up.
Absolutely.
When they're straight up on each other, Eric Lang is almost just guessing of what Will Howells going to do. He's got him right now.
What is Howell seeing that he feels he can take advantage of?
He's just speeding up, playing with pace right there, but he's changing up how he's bringing the pace. Get out.
Oh.
Perfect reset there from Ryler DeHart on a very difficult ball. Just kicks off the net. Manthau can't pick that one up.
Lang can't make the pickup, and we head to the end change with Will Howells and Ryler DeHart up 6-2 over Eric Lang and Max Manthau.
Well, it was the exact thing that I was talking about. Manthau pulling Will Howells way to the sideline, cross-court hard with that backhand dink, and then getting a ball to Eric Lang. Eric just missed that last one right there. He's got that roll, but just hit it off the top of the tape, giving DeHart and Howells that 4-point lead on the end change.
Dom, your hot take in between games was the team that came out the best was going to have the best chance to win.
Well,
so far, that's
he
been
said depends. Really.
Depends on who started hot, right?
Right.
And right now, DeHart and Howells came out with, like you said,
Well,
Chad, the momentum from game 2 carried over into game 3.
And they're playing with a lot more confidence as well.
How do Lang and Manthau take the pace away from DeHart and Howells in the way that they did in game 1?
Well, in game 1, again, they did take the pace away. They slowed some points down. But when the game and the pace of the game sped up, it was on their terms, that being Lang and Manthau. They sped up when they wanted to. They weren't getting attacked first. They were the one attacking first and then setting the point up from there. So they need to be the aggressors when they can here.
Good third from DeHart, and the lead grows to 5.
7-2-1.
Now it's just pressing. Now it's trying to do too much all at once right there. Manthau trying to get 3 points back there on one shot.
Combination from DeHart.
Yeah, good move there from DeHart. Knew that Howells was going to drive it. Didn't crash too hard. Just got a nice read on it.
And a comfortable 9-2-1 lead. Another miss off the paddle of Lang. Match point for Ryler DeHart and Will Howells.
10-2-1.
DeHart puts it away with an exclamation point. He and Will Howes are into Championship Sunday. They come back after dropping game 1 to take it in 3. We will hear from Ryler DeHart and Will Howes when we come back here on Championship Court. You're watching the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
I'm Ariel Pastori-Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our range. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's grilled pickles.
The APP is sponsored by Rainstorm, clean, plant-based energy. PowerPlate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour. And PickleballSuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour.
The adjustment after game 1 for Will Howes and Ryler DeHart pays off. They're moving through after the win against Max Manthau and Eric Lang. Controlled the tempo, controlled the pace, and a big finish there for DeHart. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Ryler, I'll start with you. Go down 0-1. They take game 1. What was the difference between game 1 to game 2?
Yeah, I mean, we started getting it together. We had a little bit of a slow start. Will started picking it up there and being really aggressive, and our drive started dropping and going in, and we started crashing, and we were able to turn it around. So
it seemed like you guys wanted to play pace. In game 1, they dictated the pace. Then game 2, you started to pick that pace up, Will. Is that what you continue to do in game 3 and why you kind of walked over in game 3?
Yeah, that was the goal. I mean, Ryler has a great drive, and he was getting most of the third, so he was just going after it and letting me close, and he was doing his thing, so it was great.
All right, well, congratulations, boys. Moving on to Championship Sunday, well, they will face Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. Next up here on Championship Court, first women's semifinal here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Did you say happy anniversary to Megan? Oh.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Partake Brewing, non-alcoholic brews crafted for those who make it happen. Pro XR, innovation you can handle. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler. So much good pickleball on deck. There is so much good pickleball throughout this tournament here in Sacramento.
She's really good at that scorpion.
This time Johnson converts. First time Will House is golden. Winner from JW and the Johnsons. Clinical. And Johnson are the queens of the court.
He makes that angry face to put that ball down.
Kings crowned in Sacramento. That was our Vlasic Pickles Instant Classic recapping an incredible event in Sacramento. Here is a look ahead to what's next on the APP Tour. A couple of majors coming up on the schedule. This one in Miami, the first ever major on the APP Tour. New York City, Southern California Open. Those are coming up. But first, the tour is stopping in Delray Beach and Cincinnati. Those are the next two in April and May. Chicago coming up at the end of August. That'll go through September the 1st. And there is plenty more action after that as well. We'll go all the way through the calendar year, and we are almost all the way through this women's doubles bracket. We have our first women's doubles semifinal coming up next. The top seed Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr taking on the 4 seed Alex Strong and Mari Humberg. These two teams met in the bronze medal match in Sacramento. They will meet to see who is advancing into Championship Sunday when we return here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Typical insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the third health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market.
Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same.
That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing?
Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing. Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
As you may have heard from Ryler DeHart at the end of that men's semifinal interview, he said, happy anniversary. Ryler DeHart married to Megan Fudge, hoping to have a happy weekend is Fudge in line for a potential triple crown should she and Susanna Barr make it into the women's doubles gold medal match. There's a look at Susanna Barr in the blue pants and the white top. Barr, 11 gold medals on tour last year. That was the 4th most of any player. Barr, 46 years old, out of Boise, Idaho, got into playing pickleball to play alongside her son, Preston.
Porter.
Preston. What? Porter, that's right. I said Preston. Sorry, Porter. I knew that, too, because I asked her if Porter was here in Miami. Listen, we've been talking for a long time. All the names go and come. Mari Humberg, 4 total APP medals. One Humberg, a Brazilian native, played her tennis at the University of Louisville, where she now calls home. And Alex Strong, 19 years old, out of Falls Church, Virginia. 11 medals on tour last year. And once again, these two teams, they met to play for the bronze medal in Sacramento. That was a match that Barr and Fudge took in 2 games. And Chad, we saw with Barr and Fudge in that quarterfinal match, they just forced their opponents to hit one more ball, and they frustrated Trong and Humberg with that in Sacramento.
Yeah, and that's where it's going to come down to here. It's how patient Humberg and Trong can be. Specifically, Mari Humberg likes that reach in, speed up, that quick flick, but sometimes it's not always there. And that one just a little too big there from Alex Trong. She's strong on that two-hander, but has a tendency to get a little too big with the take-back to try to add some more power to it. And Fudge and Barr aren't a team that you can give away too many errors to.
Speed up catches the tape, a point for Fudge and Barr. Trong did have some success against Barr and Fudge, playing alongside Vivian Glausman towards the end of last year. Missed 3rd.
That one just rushed a little bit there by Fudge.
1-0-2.
Humberg stepping in for the speed up, but can't make it happen.
Yeah, and Humberg's going to step over and be aggressive with those rolls, but right there, as we saw, just brushes up the back of it a little too quickly. Didn't get enough extension. That one's in.
Well in. Great defense from Trong, but Fudge and Barr all over it.
Yeah, and you know, it's tough for Trong coming over there. Humberg got pulled all the way off the court. Trong comes over, and it's almost like she needs to finish that point there, because as we saw, Fudge and Barr getting that back in, and both players are out of position now.
Just long, 4 straight points for Fudge and Barr to start game 1 here of our first of 2 women's semifinals.
Side out.
The sorry, I'm not sorry hand up.
Yep.
Gets Humberg and Trong back on serve.
0-4-1.
And that was a decent drop there from Humberg. Yes, it landed in the kitchen and sat up a little bit, but she hung back at the baseline there, which made it a little bit easier on the 4th and 6th shots there for Megan Fudge to really apply some pressure.
Susanna Barr switch hands.
Yeah, she went to the lefty. You see the brace that's on the right elbow there. It's a little bit difficult for her to get on that two-hand backhand that's higher, because she has to flick the wrist to bring that ball down. That's where the pain is coming, in that elbow.
Listen, I was just impressed with the athleticism. To ambidextrous in the middle of the point.
Well, she had a couple of left-handed overheads yesterday in mixed doubles off the offensive lob from Millie Rain.
Those balls were a little slower and higher.
5-0-1.
5-0-1. Big put away from Mari Humberg.
Well, that's one thing Mari Humberg has in her bag of tricks for sure, is the strong overhead. And
Another one.
And that was set up by the sharper angle backhand roll.
Humberg, another player playing in front of parents as we take another look at that last point. Humberg's mom, Tanya, in from Brazil. She's been here for the last month here in Miami watching her daughter play. That one sails long.
So again, Trong getting just a little too big on the backhand. Needs to shorten that counter up.
0-5-2. Side out.
I was watching Mari Humberg play singles the other day. She got frustrated. She was speaking Portuguese to her mom.
5-0-1.
Mari Humberg speaks 3 different languages. Spanish, Portuguese, English is actually her 3rd language.
As most Brazilians do. Because Brazil is the only country in South America that's speaking Portuguese. Everybody else
I feel
around.
like I'm back in school.
Everybody else around speaks Spanish.
6-0-1.
You come for the pickleball, stay for the education. Nice put away there from Trong.
Well, part of the reason I know that too is with my wife,
Right.
Simone Judging,
That's
being
right. Do you
Brazilian.
speak any Portuguese?
Yeah, it took me 16 years just to understand it.
They didn't answer my question.
I can speak it, but
Okay.
I really, if I'm forced to. But no, same thing. Her first language is Portuguese, second Spanish. English was third.
0-6-1.
Multi-talented, multi-sports, multi-languages. I would love to say that's the same for me. It's not.
I mean, if you ask most people, I struggle to speak English too. So.
Dom and I have told you that once or twice as Trong and Humbert finally get on the board here in game number 1.
1-6-1.
His 3rd.
1-6-2.
A good combination there for Fudge and Bar. Fudge taking that backhand cross body on Humberg.
6-1-1.
Gets behind it, creates the pop-up. Bar's there to put that ball down at the feet of Trong.
This drive from Fudge. She and Bar had an easy run through the quarterfinals, 1-1. First match, a little tighter. They took down Daria Walczak and Krista Gecheva, 8-6. As Trong misses there, another point for the top seeds.
Well, it's certainly not the start that Humberg and Trong were looking for. A couple of errors creeping in, some backswings that are a little too big, and like I said at the beginning, Bar and Fudge are not a team that you can really give too many errors to. They're going to make you play, they're going to make you hit a lot of balls, and if those errors start creeping in, then that deficit keeps growing and growing.
Well, currently that deficit sitting at 6 as Humberg and Trong take a timeout, trailing 7-1 in game number 1. You talk about Humberg and Trong making errors. They need to play a little bit cleaner. You talk about the size of their swings. What is the first thing that they need to address? I know you're going to say clean it up.
Well, it was going to be clean up, but the first thing to address is just be a little bit more patient and to shorten the swings up. Really, start to move that ball around a little bit. Find the feet, put a little bit more pressure on Bar and Fudge and try to push them back away from the kitchen line, and then you're going to get your opportunities to speed balls up.
It does feel like a lot of balls so far in game number 1 have been elevated for easy putaways.
Well, the 2 matches that we've seen from Bar and Fudge here is that they haven't been under any pressure. Right there, you're not seeing them having to scramble or force their movement.
7-1.
7-1-2. Recall the score. Humberg trying to reach in. It's another point for Bar and Fudge.
In reality, that's an unforced error right there. There's not a whole lot of pressure on it. It wasn't something that Humberg couldn't handle.
Nice step over from Bar. They have looked dialed in since the moment they stepped on court today.
Well, they're keeping everything simple right now, too. Bar and Fudge aren't going for any crazy shots, and they're not going for unnecessary speed-ups or really trying to create anything. Then just playing simple pickleball, keeping it nice and easy.
As Humberg cuts it too fine. A lot of people may call that boring pickleball, but it's also winning pickleball.
Oh, at 100% it's winning pickleball. And yes, a lot of spectators want to come out and they want to see, the drives and the fast hands. It's a good change of direction there from Trong. Going behind Bar on the forehand side, but that type of pickleball is high risk. You have to be okay with missing a few, making a few errors, but when you're playing against a team like Bar and Fudge, you can't really give away those errors. Better adjustment with the roll there from Humberg, just catches it inside the baseline, but this time gets the paddle underneath it, accelerates all the way through the shot.
Sails long, second serve coming.
Now that's a very tough ball to speed up there with a flick. Your feet are still moving. You don't have the solid base.
And miss serve. Strong trying to go big. Brings up game point number 2. Fans want to see drives. What they'll see is Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr taking game number 1, 11-2. They are 1 game away from punching their ticket to Championship Sunday. We'll have that when we come back here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
Megan Fudge and Susanna Barr taking game 1, 11-2 here in this women's semifinal. And it was really all Barr and Fudge from the beginning.
Yeah, and like I was saying, Barr and Fudge are going to make you pay for the errors that creep into your game. They stay so clean, so consistent.
Consistency, the name of the game for Bar and Fudge. Had a lot of success on tour last year as well as double partners, as we are playing on here on Championship Court. Nice defense from Humberg, and Trong capitalizes.
Yeah, and that's a much better finish there from Trong. She stays short with the backhand, sneaks it straight down the line, behind Fudge.
0-0-1.
Just long. Humberg and Trong coming into the semifinal, they have only given up 13 total points. They won their first match 3-3 before beating Bobby Oshiro and Kelsey Grambo 3-4.
And that's the spot to play Susanna Barr right there, is to go at that left foot. It takes away her ability to really pull you out wide with that good forehand dink. And all she can do is kind of just bump that two-hand backhand.
0-1-1.
Quick side out.
Sweeney.
Oh! Humberg not able to make the pickup, but the tweener was pretty.
Yeah, that's the go-to get from Ari Humberg on an offensive lob over the shoulder.
1-1-1.
Well, Fudge throwing in the lobs, though. Typically, we talk about that in terms of Susanna Barr's game, but it's been Fudge so far throwing up the lobs here.
Well, you know, it has a tendency to rub off.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Second serve.
Good finish there from Humberg. Another strong overhead with good angle. Good spot there from Humberg, but I like the movement in the middle of that point by Trong and Humberg. Trong slid to the right, ball went on her backhand side, but let it go knowing that Humberg was going to be there with the forehand, and then attack the next backhand. And got caught for the push-off.
It's the second time in 2 matches that we've seen a player called for a foot fault trying to push off to get the over.
Well, what happens is, just out of habit, you take a step forward with that left foot, goes on the line, then you open the hips on the right. What we need to try to do there is, and it's easier said than done, when the lob goes up, just open the hips like you're dropping back for a fly ball.
Over the glove shoulder.
Yep.
Side out.
Just wide, side out. Trong and Humberg earning a 4 seed in this tournament. This is a pairing, Chad, that as the season progresses, if they stay together, could pose some problems for a lot of teams on tour.
Absolutely. Both possess power, and both Humberg and Trong have their strengths. Humberg's being that roll, Trong's being the two-hand backhand. But then when you put two aggressive and strong players together, it does take a little bit of time to get the understanding between the attack and movement between the two.
Trong stepping over, but missed it. We talked about that, or rather, I guess it caught the line. Yep, just inside the line. Another point for Humberg and Trong.
3-1-1.
3-1-1. A big finish there from Fudge.
That's a good spot there from Fudge on the overhead. Trong drops down into the defensive position, but watch how her hips are squared. She goes outside the right, Fudge goes outside the right foot. It's very hard for Trong to pick it up with that shovel block.
Get up, Susanna Barr.
Humberg asking Trong there if Barr had a push off, just like Humberg did.
1-3-1.
It's like, how did she get back there that fast? Well, Barr already took a step back away from the kitchen line before Humberg hit that ball. That ball's just deep.
Fudge right on top of that to make the call.
2-3-1
here in game number 2 after Barr and Fudge easily took game 1 11-2. Barr misses the drop.
Yeah, better pressure there. They took a little bit off of those shots and just focused on the roll, keeping that ball deep but not overhitting it where they'd been missing balls longer. Good patience there from Trong and good ball movement. Going a couple to the left foot of Barr, then pushing that ball behind Fudge. That's what they need to happen right here. They need to keep them off balance, and that's how, with that ball movement, you're able to take away the strength of Barr and Fudge.
Fudge backhand flick, sails long, 4-2, Humberg and Trong. Trong stepping in, had the right idea, just missed it.
Yeah, just that's the frustrating part with how good Barr and Fudge are on defense. The ball keeps coming back, so you keep going bigger and bigger.
Good placement there from Fudge. Instead of going bigger and bigger, do you want to go smaller and smaller, or just stay the same as you get closer?
You want to change level. So if you've hit 2 or 3 through and they're just blocking it back, then we're going to take a little bit off it and put it right at the feet.
Second serve.
Able to catch the line. Much better defense from Humberg and Trong in this set. Or this game, rather.
Good cat.
Yep. Recognized it as soon as I said it.
That was a me, and I think Mari Humberg hit that one. But good spots there from Alex Trong, right onto the right hip.
Side out.
Good deep ball there from Fudge at the feet of Humberg.
Stop play.
Still having some microphone issues.
It's 4-2-2. Oh, how about that top spin to drop it in?
Yeah, and a good reset there from Humberg to get them up to the kitchen line. But again, she drops that paddle head right underneath it. Where she gets in trouble is where she just comes behind the ball a little bit more and tries to flick there, then it flattens out.
Side out, but not before Trong and Humberg get one more. Their lead is 3 over the top seed here in game number 2.
2-5.
Barr can't make the pickup.
And a good change of pace there from Humberg. She'd rolled a couple with topspin to Fudge. And then as Fudge came forward, she just cut a backhand with heavy backspin. Barr wasn't able to pick it up.
Humberg finds some space in the middle for the winner.
Pulling strings right there, Mari Humberg. Now she's playing with a little bit more confidence, but the other thing is too, she's not trying to overhit these rolls. She's focusing more on the creation of spin rather than power.
Strong misses the drive. You talk about spin, and when it comes to Mari Humberg, if you watch her play, she almost has that forehand slap cut.
Everything has spin. And that's how she played tennis too. She would cut on both sides, and she does that here in pickleball. Heavy backspin, and then she has that strong wrist where she can really get underneath the ball, create the top spin on the rolls.
Is there another player on tour that has that level of extreme cut?
There's not really anybody else that uses it as much.
Strong into the net. Another point for Fudge and Barr.
Timeout, 3-5-1, 1 minute.
Strong and Humberg want to take a timeout as this game has been nip and tuck. What have Humberg and Strong done better here in game number 2?
Well, there's fewer errors for one. You know, they've had the opportunities to speed a few balls up, take some calculated risks with those flicks and speed ups, but they haven't tried to overhit them. They've just focused on really putting the pressure on, but not trying to do too much.
We mentioned Mari's mom. There she is. There's Tanya Humberg in the stands here in Miami. Has spent the better part of the last month with Mari. Has come here to watch her play all the way from Brazil. And especially, Chad, and you know this again from your wife, Simone Jojing, when you're an international player, an international student, you oftentimes don't get to see your family very much. So to have them come with you when you're playing, it means something more. It's really special.
I mean, absolutely. But, you know, also for myself, I went 15 years
well,
without
also,
going.
yeah, you know this.
15 years without going back to Australia. You know, and I went there until I went back. It had been 8-9 years since I'd seen my sister. So, and Simone, the same thing between her two brothers. One lives in Spain with Padel, and then her other brother is in Brazil. So we're all over the globe, and yeah, they're big trips.
Simone's other brother that lives in Brazil, by the way, also phenomenal at pickleball without even trying.
Yeah, he'll be here at Delray Beach.
Playing mixed doubles?
Playing men's doubles with Jaime Onsens in the champions division.
That'll be something to mark on the calendar for sure. Nice placement there from Humberg.
Yeah, when we introduced him to pickleball 7-8 years ago, he stepped on the court and he was a 5-0. I was like, I hate you.
Didn't even have to work for it.
No, but he was. Oh, nice spot there to finish. And a good job from Trong and Humberg trying to hold on. But, you know, Simone's brother was top 2 in the world in Padel for a number of years. So
just casually second best in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Barr just missed the drive side out, but she and Fudge tie it at 5. We've had a lot of players that have been top 5 in the world, best in the world, and other racket sports infuse into pickleball and make an immediate impact. The men's player from Japan is here this week as Barr puts it away, tops in the world in soft tennis.
In soft tennis, spec tennis. You know, and that's where the crossover from multiple sports. Pickleball is already a mashup of multiple sports. So the crossover of those racket sports, one, you already know what it takes to get to the top and how competitive you have to be. I'm liking this from Humberg and Strong right now. They're keeping the pressure on.
No breathing room on either side of the court. Nice lob there from Barr. Trong just shaking her head. She knows it's coming.
No. Alex turned around and looked at me square in the eye and started laughing because I had a conversation with her in Sacramento that she needs to work on her overheads because she lets the ball get too far behind her. And she's like, all right, I'm going to work on it. She came to me this week and she said, I've been working on it. And then that one got back behind her.
Barr picked her spot perfectly.
And again, part of that right there, Trong steps over, and it's that do or die. You step over and you poach right there, you have to finish when your partner is out of position, otherwise you're both out of position.
Not only do you have to finish, but in that replay, you could see Humberg still standing. So both players on one side of the court. There was no one. And then another point for Barr and Fudge. There was no one, and it was a clear open court for Barr to finish.
Yeah. And again, that's part of the poach or the do or die there. It's a yes, step over and put the pressure on, but just know that both of you are out of position.
Nice
Good
ball
spot
there
there
from Humberg. Second server coming. This has been a protracted battle here in game number 2. Fudge and Barr finally on top, 7-6-2. Barr not able to reset, side out.
And a better job there from Trong on the elevated ball. Got that one out in front this time.
7-1.
Tied at 7.
Surprise Fudge there a little bit. She got a paddle to it, but the body was moving back. So as she extended, it took it down.
7-7-1.
Just outside the line as Humberg and Trong retake the lead.
And Fudge trying to sneak that one down the line past Humberg. Just pushed it a little wide.
That time, Fudge drops it in the court.
I think Humberg set that up well enough that she had that backhand there, but thought it was going to go a little bit wider.
Barr misses the return, and now Humberg and Trong 2 points away from sending this to a winner-take-all game 3. Fudge and Barr taking a timeout to talk it over.
Yeah, and a good timeout there just to slow the momentum, slow the roll of Humberg and Trong. Yeah. And again, it's been a good job from Humberg and Trong to stay consistent throughout this one. Yes, a couple of errors have snuck in. They've gone for a little too much. However, they've taken the pace off, focused more about moving the ball around and creating opportunities rather than trying to just hit into an opportunity.
Much more patience here from Trong and Humberg in game number 2. And I've been statting as we go along, and you can see the difference, Chad, as I look at you. You can see the difference in the service games. There have been so many more service sides in this game.
It's been much more back and forth in this one, where obviously game 1 was a little lopsided at 11-2. So kudos to Humberg and Trong for making their adjustment in this one.
Winner of this one moves into Championship Sunday. Our men's doubles final already set. It will be the duo of Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson taking on Will Howells and Ryler DeHart. Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain in the other women's semifinal, along with Judith Castillo and Ava Radikowska. That match coming up next here on Championship Court. long.
That was a very loud out call.
It was Alex Strong. That ball is long. Game point at 10-7-2.
That's a tough ball for Hamburg to step over there.
Serve back over to Barr and Fudge. The door is open if but a crack.
I'm not even. I know there was an A in there between the two words, but
there was. Hamburg too big at the kitchen line.
This is where they have to be careful. They can't get too loose. They've developed the lead. They had their opportunity at game point. There's two.
Two quick points for Barr and Fudge. Hamburg and Strong taking their second timeout, as now their lead is down to 1.
Yeah, and typically you're taking a timeout to slow momentum. This one, it's taking a timeout to reset yourself because they've gotten a little loose. They've made a couple of errors the last few points, and Barr and Fudge, you can't give that opportunity to.
No, when you have a top seed down, you have to put your foot to the floor and finish it, because good teams will make you pay. Ryler DeHart, husband of Megan Fudge, looking pretty calm for a match in which his wife and her partner down by 1 point. But DeHart's been there before. He's seen it all. They play tennis together at Illinois. They tour together with their kids, Lily and JR, who are becoming fantastic pickleball players in their own right early on.
Absolutely. Lily's already got her golden ticket through to nationals.
JR was up in the booth showing us his bronze medal in Sacramento. 9-10-1. Back to action here on Championship Court. Finally, third attempt, Hamburg able to put it away, but the defense from Fudge.
Yeah, they're going to make you hit one more ball and get it back. It was good angles on both sides there.
Hamburg over, hits it 10-all.
Pressure. Trying to do just a little too much on that one.
10-2.
Through the middle, forehand roll winner from Fudge, and now match point for the top seed.
11-10-2.
Barr puts it away. She and Fudge end on a 5-point run to take it in straight games. Their ticket punched to Championship Sunday. We will hear from the top seed when we come back here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Managed ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more. Paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. USA Pickleball, official sanctioning body of the APP Tour. And Franklin X40, the official ball of the APP Tour.
We'll take a couple of looks at game 2 here for Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. They faced a game point, but battled back to create the errors and put the pressure on. And it's Megan Fudge who is now going for a Triple Crown opportunity on Sunday. And we're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Megan, I'll start with you. Game 1, you guys were cruise control. You guys were dialed in. Drops were working. Drives were working. Game 2, they go out to a lead. What was the difference between Game 1 and Game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think credit to them. They definitely stepped up. They changed their game plan a little bit. They were definitely super aggressive in that second game. We had to make some adjustments on our end, just coping with the pace. But love the mid-court adjustments from both of us. We dug deep and just fight another day. Yep.
And it seemed like you had that dialed in cross-court going, Susanna, with Alex cross-court, and it sets Megan up nicely. Was that your guys' game plan going in?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was planning to dink cross-court as much as I can and throw in some lobs here and there and let Megan do what she does. She hits the ball hard.
Well, the lobs were working. They were dialed in. You guys punching your ticket to yet another championship Sunday. Next semifinal in women's pro doubles coming up next here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
When I have pain from arthritis, I grab BioFreeze. Unlike Voltaren, BioFreeze provides fast-acting relief. I can apply it to more areas of my body, and it's NSAID-free. Cool the pain, so I can get back on the court.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Chase. Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar. And PowerPlate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour. Georgia Johnson already with 3 medals to her name in the early 2024 season, trying to add to that total with a potential triple crown.
Oh, wow. The IQ on Georgia Johnson.
Braverman and Johnson are the queens of the court. They take the women's doubles gold medal here in Sacramento. Easy put away at the kitchen line for Georgia Johnson. Johnson read it perfectly. It will be championship point. Georgia Johnson is golden. She outlasts Megan Fudge to capture the women's singles gold medal. ATP from Georgia. It brings up championship point for the Johnsons. The Johnsons clinical in their gold medal victories. It is a triple crown for Georgia Johnson.
Just being here with my team, and shout out to the JJ because I wouldn't be able to do it without them.
Well, here's what we have so far on championship court. Susanna Barr, Megan Fudge punching their ticket to championship Sunday in 2 games, 11-2, 12-10 over Mari Humberg and Alex Strong. But Chad, it's all about this second semifinal. Judith Castillo, Eva Radikowska, Georgia Johnson, and Millie Rain, as we see Georgia Johnson on screen there getting ready. The APP Sacramento Triple Crown winner. Georgia played extremely well a couple of weeks ago on the West Coast in Sacramento. And she is partnering up with Millie Rain. We'll be partnering up with her next on Championship Court. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, that second women's semifinal for you here in Miami at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
Welcome back to Miami. As you see on screen, Eva Radikowska and Judith Castillo taking on Millie Rain and Georgia Johnson with a shot at the gold medal on the line. Chad, quickly, how do you see this one playing out?
We've got 2 of the first women's gold medal double winners on the court right now partnering together. Obviously, Millie Rain won in Punta Gorda with Bobby Oshiro, and then you had Georgia Johnson winning gold in Sacramento. very familiar with each other, but again, look for the speed ups from range. She does an excellent job sliding it down the line or going back through middle. But Georgia Johnson's so consistent, and she has so much power from that short, compact swing that we also see in her brother with J.W. Johnson.
Oh, did she get that? She did. Yuta Castillo rolls that. And Millie Rain.
She crossed up Ava right here as she goes back around. Goes? No, that was wide.
Oh, it was close.
I didn't even hear a call on the court, though.
I thought it was in because Rain celebrated. It's kind of a black spot for us where you can't see. And so talk about Yuta Castillo being a very, very accomplished singles player. It's like most tennis players that come into the game, they succeed in singles right away. Doubles is what it takes a little while for them to catch on to. But she is starting to catch on, and what I like with her is her and Radikowska are playing together pretty much exclusively.
Yeah, I mean, and Radikowska's obviously had a little bit more success in doubles compared to Castillo, but it's a testament to how hard Castillo is working on her game, getting through to the semifinals here. But they also knocked out the 2 seed in Simone Judging and Allison Harris in 3, taking it 9-11, 12-10, 11-9. And the big part is, oh, got it over. That's back as well.
Wow. Oh, George Johnson through the middle.
Too strong on the last one there. Ava Radikowska is very, very good on the left side. She has an exceptional cross-court dink. She can speed up from that two-hand backhand. So, it'll be interesting with Millie Rain in front of her and how many opportunities Rain tries to take on Radikowska and whether she can adapt and really counter those.
I like your point there, Chet, because Millie Rain has been a little more aggressive since the start of this year. But Radikowska being 6 foot tall in front of her and having quick hands and hitting the ball hard can be a little intimidating. I mean, right on cue.
There it was right
seriously,
there.
Sometimes I think these players are listening to us, and they give us exactly what we were talking about right there.
Yeah, Radikowska does an excellent job of not overhitting right there. So it's a counter, but it's a linear counter. And then Castillo 2 times in a row right there, taking pace off, going behind Johnson, not giving her anything to really get that ball back over the net.
And that right there that's going to be a key for me. Can Castillo and Radikowska get the opportunities? You have to make your thirds. You're playing the number 2 team or number 3 team here. Excuse me. You have to make your thirds and give yourselves opportunities to score. Just like that right there. The third is a little high, but Rain goes a little too much.
It's something below the net that's forcing Millie Rain to hit up on.
Oh, what an adjustment from Radikowska. She was in the air. It makes the adjustment. Wow.
Very tough to do here off the net cord. Somehow it's the elevator, right, where the elbow goes up and then it just pops to the top floor. Yuta Castillo is very, very comfortable right now. She's staying in the dink. She's creating opportunities. And that's the third time that she's gone behind Georgia Johnson for a winner. Well,
This is
or
impressive.
created the error, I should say.
Wow. Radikowska goes line on Rain. She pops it up. The best part about that was Radikowska didn't reach in and try and attack it too much. She let that ball settle. Then she pulled the trigger in the middle. They're playing super well right now.
She recognized that with the height that ball was coming back, in order for her to reach and take it out of the air, she would have been hitting from down up on it. She lets it bounce. It comes back above the net, and then she can read what Rain and Johnson were going to do.
Such a good job right there. As you just saw on that replay, it looked like she wanted to attack a second one. She didn't. Made a really heady, smart move, backed up, and then found the middle. And Castillo, too, recently making a paddle change, going from a very powerful paddle, the Selkirk Power Air, and then flipping to the Vanguard Control, which gives her a little more control. And what that does is especially in doubles, she's not popping up as much as we saw a year ago when she first started playing doubles. She's not popping up as much. Things are a lot more cleaner here and lower. I like the control paddle in her hand, especially for doubles.
Absolutely. And we saw Julie Johnson there having a chat with Georgia and Millie Rain. They're part of the Johnson 5. So Julie Johnson trains and coaches Millie Rain, Georgia, JW, Dylan Frazier. Will Howes has now joined that group, but the fifth one, Gabe Taddeo.
Oh, nice spot right there for Millie Rain. Watch the point before, though. You watch Georgia Johnson. The concentration on Millie Rain here. Georgia took a full swing and just missed. That's a flat-out miss, but Millie Rain just staying on that ball.
Oh, step in and rip it. Ava Radikowska.
Left hip winner. I mean, Chad, too, the bounce in both of their steps right now, Radikowska and Castillo.
Little too much body movement there. Radikowska just came up a little bit. Paddle hits the top of the ball. It flattens out into the net. Another good spot there from Rain. And it was good patience. She was just going at that left foot of Judith Castillo.
You watch her walk through the transition area, too. She never rushed. You said it. Patience right there is the key for her, Chad. She just worked her way through that transition area.
Just eight.
Yeah, just long there off the paddle of Castillo, and they've given life to the 3 seed here. Have Castillo and Radikowska, Johnson and Rain now within 1. And that is not what Castillo and Radikowska want. They do not want to get into a hands battle with Johnson and Rain. And all of a sudden, that 7-2 lead is evaporated and is now 7-all. Great hands there from Radikowska, the winner down the middle. Stop the bleeding there, Chad.
I mean, when Radzikowska came on the tour last year, same thing. She made her presence known in singles. But she has stepped up in her doubles game in the last 12 months. But, you know, Castillo, Radzikowska, heavy background in tennis. Radzikowska played professionally. Played Fed Cup for Poland.
Ooh, just flirting a little bit too much with the middle. I do like the idea from Castillo. She's moving Rain sideline to middle, but she flipped that one just a little too much middle, and Georgia Johnson able to step in.
Oh, got away with one. I would have liked to see Castillo take one more step really into the middle there after the defense from Radzikowska on the ATP. She kind of didn't take the step and just flicked at that forehand.
Rain had a good opportunity right there. She had Castillo uncoiling from the stack. How many off-balance resets is Castillo going to get in the middle of that point, but then she can't get that last one?
Up in the air, just flick the paddle at it. Oh, it disappeared before she could get there.
And I think Radzikowska felt Castillo behind her, so she didn't fully commit. Oh, that's a great miss from Radzikowska right there. As that ATP from Georgia Johnson, she had the space, but hit it a little too hard and goes over the paddle of Radzikowska. Good 1-2 combo there from Radzikowska.
Yeah, and the best part about that is the second one goes down. So now it forces Rain to hit up on it. Castillo, Radzikowska back in front. Oh, the defense as well. Castillo needed. So, and that's part of the doubles game that isn't as familiar, right? So Castillo needs to stay in the middle of the court there whenever Radzikowska goes for that defense of the around the post.
Such a good spot there from Castillo.
Heavy roll cross court. Pulls Rain out of position. Ball floats back, and what does she do? A roll back behind. The key to that, make it bounce, because out of the air, a little bit firmer, Georgia Johnson has an opportunity to put a paddle on it and stay.
That right there is why we like women's doubles so much, Chad. That was just an incredible firefight.
Castillo just wasn't ready for the last one. You see her, the paddle is shifting to the backhand side every time Radzikowska hit. She has to stay there in the middle, but fantastic hands by all four.
Nice job by Millie Rain attacking middle, getting that pop-up just high enough to where she can get that ball down at Radzikowska. And now Johnson and Rain back within one. Wow, 2 missed opportunities there. Miscommunication in the middle from Radikowska and Castillo. The first one should have been a put away, but it let it bounce, and now this second one, that one right there, and then another one. We're all tied here at 9. Wow, right there. Millie Rain senses Castillo in front of her and attacks.
Well, we've talked about it both sides with Rain and Johnson with their individual or different partnerships already this year. But they are a team that you cannot give an opportunity to. Once those errors creep in, they get comfortable.
And game point number 1 here for Johnson and Rain. And that'll do it for game 1. Johnson and Rain battle back after being down 7-2 in this first game to take it 11-9. They'll take a break, and we'll take a break with them. Have game 2 for you here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
It was deep into the winter freeze when Ryan and Brenda Brinka made a pact. We will no longer be prisoners to you, Wisconsin winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with a new phone plan, one with the same coverage, up to half the cost. They may call us snowbirds,
but we're phoenixes.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chop shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with Vlasic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
And there's Mom Julie Johnson, Georgia Johnson's mom. She's been coaching up Johnson and Rain during timeouts and in between games here. Right now, she's checking her bracket, see how well that's doing. March Madness.
Which bracket were you talking about?
Oh, her basketball NCAA bracket all day. Oh, and a little love off the tape there early for Rain.
Tough to adjust there. But I'd be looking for Johnson and Rain to come out and be a little bit more aggressive here in game 2. They weren't as much. It was more...
Millie
waiting for
Rain.
it to develop. I was about to say, it was more Radikowska and Castillo as they started to go on the attack. But a nice round the post there from Millie Rain.
There wasn't much room there. She shaped that nicely.
She shaped it perfectly.
Oh, Georgia Johnson trying to turn some defense into offense right there, but good spot there from Radikowska.
And that's a tough ball to speed up from there for Johnson in the transition. You know, if you get it over the net, you surprise your opponents, but it's a high risk, high reward type shot
Gets away with one right there as Johnson can't get on top of that one. Side out, but not before Johnson and Rain take the early lead here in game 2. Winner will face off against Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Johnson caught with her feet still moving there, coming out of the uncoil of the stack.
Wow.
I think what helped there for Castillo, she dropped down to her knee to get into defensive mode, and then when the ball hit off of the net cord, she just stood up and she was there rather than having to really adjust.
Yep, right there. She was already down. Oh, nice drop from a tough position there for Castillo. They answer back here with 3 straight.
Almost identical to game 1 at this point right now.
Nice job by Georgia Johnson. I like her speed up. She read the cut from Castillo, so she used it against her a little bit to speed up and start that firefight.
Yeah, it's an excellent setup there from Georgia Johnson. Knows and can sense Radikowska is crashing a little bit too quickly, takes that ball, rolls it out wide, and it creates the opening for Millie Rain to then finish through the middle. A little unfortunate with that roll, just cut the swing off too quickly.
Oh, the half speed up from Radikowska, knowing that's going to come back so she can get the next one for a put away. Great job.
Nice little bait ball. She also hit an out ball on that first speed up from Georgia Johnson. So good thing they won that point. Millie Rain was sitting all over that forehand. And it's very difficult for Radikowska there. When she came forward, the right foot crossed over the left foot. So that tell is that, hey, if I speed up, it's only going to go down the line because I can't pull across my body.
Oh, nice spot there from Radikowska, finding that hole in the middle.
Just tried to roll the last one a little bit. But Rain's giving it a little hop, skip, and a jump to try to get it up over the net. Good pressure there from Radikowska. Kept it on, didn't ease off.
I'm laughing at you and I both at the same time. Oh, just misses. But yeah, I mean, just a little bit. She tried to hop up and give it a little more oomph over the net, but no. And Chad, you said it early on. It's almost identical to game number 1 here, where Castillo and Radikowska now out to a comfortable 4-point lead and serve. But here's that last point. And just missing it right there. But what's going to be the difference here for Radikowska and Castillo, though, Chad, in this second game to finish?
They have to stay clean from this point and continue the pace and the memento, the tempo that they have been playing.
Is it momentum and tempo?
Yeah, that was
I
a
like
momentum
that.
and tempo.
Memento.
A memento.
I like it.
In game one, it was kind of like they got to the point where it was like, hey, we're going to play not to lose this one now that we've got the lead. Here they have to play to win. They have to keep the pressure on.
Georgia was a woman on a mission out of that timeout. She was not slowing anything down.
We're getting this serve back right now.
Right now. That's a good spot right there from Radikowska. I think Rain was expecting her to go in the middle or at her left hip. She goes outside hip to the sideline.
Hey, what's better than one paddle in the middle? Two paddles.
Two paddles.
I think Radikowska hit that ball. Castillo was right there as well with the shadow swing. Rushed it. Didn't quite get underneath the ball there.
Wow, Rain held that, and it almost froze Radikowska. She didn't know if she was going to go line or middle.
Well, that's the Millie Rain special right there. When you give her room on the forehand side there, she hits with an open stance, and she sells it like she's going to take it down the line and then can pull cross once you commit. If you don't commit, then she's going to rip it down the line.
Oh, no. Great lob from Millie Rain and gets the high ball back, but then just tries to aim this next one.
But they both get their feet planted right here. I think she thought Georgia was going to come over and finish with the forehand there, so she didn't move the feet. Castillo's like, I can hit the lob too, but
she almost hit the lights.
Georgia a little bit quick at going back and getting that one, gets on top of it. Well, nice overhead down to the feet of Radikowska. Yeah, it's too good there from Johnson. Knew exactly where her opponents were. Set up Radikowska to hold her on the left side and just fed the last one through the middle.
Oh, Chad, you and I don't like that. Oh,
Well,
but that
it
worked out because that was different.
That was a drop shot lob. Okay, that's a drop shot lob combination where bring you in, you've gone all the way up, throw the lob back over, and just keep you off balance.
Oh,
Wow.
my. Radikowska,
Hands.
I don't even think she knew she hit it back. It hit her paddle.
Put the paddle in the right spot. But yeah, back to typically we don't like that little drop shot over as we take another look at the hands here. Typically we don't like them, that easy drop bringing you close to up to the kitchen line. But Castillo did the combination.
Oh, wow, Radikowska gets that one. And here's a missed opportunity in the middle of that point. That real high ball, right, where Radikowska steps up to the kitchen line. It bounces up. I'd like to see her drop to a knee because she's so tall. Drop to one knee and get on top of it right there. Nice spot right there from Radikowska in the middle.
Yeah, perfect ball movement from both Castillo and Radikowska right there. Moving it around, pushing Johnson and Rain back from the kitchen line, eventually opening up the hole in the middle. They are on a mission right now not to allow what happened in game one, where they allowed Johnson and Rain back into it.
All right, so here we go. We're talking about these lobs. That's a great lob from Millie Rain, right? She misses that right there, but it's a perfect lob, good setup. Now, that lob right there from Yuta Castillo, just a little too high, right? So talk about those depths and the height.
And it's over the
serves.
forehand side.
Correct. So talk about that, Chad, a little bit. Good lob versus risky lob.
Yeah, so the majority of the time with the offensive lob, it is much easier to throw the offensive lob when you're on the right side because you have multiple options. You can go deep corner over, and let's assume there's two right-handed players on the court. You can go over the left shoulder of the right-sided player, or you can take it down the line over the left shoulder. Typically, players aren't going to have as strong an overhead on the backhand side. But the lob from Castillo, she tried to just push it straight, but it also went through the middle of the court. It gave Johnson the opportunity for the overhead.
Oh, nice counter right there from Yuta Castillo on the speed up from Georgia Johnson, and it's
8-1.
Eerie how similar games 1 and game 2 are. Oh, that is clean.
So she had a drive on the backhand side earlier on in game 2 here, where she didn't get the paddle head underneath it enough, and it flattened down on her. Ever since then, she's made a conscious effort to really get underneath that ball, and she's hit it with heavy shape.
Nice hands from Millie Rain right there.
I'm not a fan of the second speed up there from Radikowska. She had a good speed up. Rain got back into that point. Now, once Radikowska's off balance a little bit, let's develop the point again until your next opportunity to speed up when you're a little bit more balanced.
Good hold here for Johnson and Rain, but they do have some work to do here. 7-2 was the deficit in game 1. 9-1's a little deeper.
She was on it. It was the bait ball again, floating that cross court, knowing Johnson was going to speed up, but this time she rushed it. You saw the shadow swing from Radikowska after that one. She's like, I whipped it across my body.
Nice hands there from Johnson and Rain. Full-on attack right there. And if I'm Castillo and Radikowska, one more, and I'm calling the timeout. I'm slowing this train down.
Absolutely. Especially now that Rain and Johnson are going a little bit more on the attack. Or you can just go angle, 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 angle.
Joanna Corker, our referee on court right now, takes one off the right cheek. She laughs it off.
Hit her in the back of the head, I think.
We'll check it out here.
Oh! Yeah, she turned to face just in time. But more so, Radikowska going angle, angle, forehand, backhand side to Rain and Johnson.
Castillo, as soon as it went over the net, put her hands up.
I thought Castillo said yes in the middle of that one, too. She didn't.
Put her hands up like, I didn't do it. Wasn't me. Little Shaggy reference
I was going to say, we had to cancel Shaggy last night.
So disappointed. I wanted to see Shaggy last night.
It
brought us back to our high school days.
We were swimming through the streets of Miami last night just to get back to the hotel.
Yes. Well, good hold here for Castillo and Radikowska. Only give up 2. Now you got to finish. That was not the best lob there from Castillo, and she knew it as soon as it left her paddle.
Didn't disguise it well and kind of rushed through the motion.
Oh, Georgia Johnson able to get on top of that. Good spot. They add on again, chipping away at this lead. Off the paddle of Radikowska, and there's that timeout Chad we talked about.
Definitely need a timeout here for Castillo and Radikowska.
So it's
they've become a little tentative.
Yeah,
again.
exactly. They came out guns blazing. And again, same thing from game one. They started to get tentative, and they dropped game one. What's going to put them over the edge here to get these 2 last points and force a third game?
Well, honestly, you need to get Johnson and Rain kind of on the run a little bit, or pushing them out wider. Where Castillo and Radikowska have had success is that they've moved the ball around and they've spread Johnson and Rain out wide, and then it's opened up the middle. Right now, they're not able to. They haven't been able to really do anything that's put a whole lot of pressure on Johnson and Rain. And they've come back and set the tempo and starting to take the opportunities to speed up and put themselves on the offense.
Oh, yeah, Julie Johnson coaching up Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain as they are back within 4. It was just 9-1. Now it's 9-5. But Johnson and Rain still on first server here. Castillo and Radikowska trying to ride the wave here, slow the momentum, and take game number 2.
Good speed up there. Good drive. Creating the pop-up. Continuing to really put the pressure on, but a missed serve. A little lucky there for Castillo. Johnson taking too big of a backswing on that backhand. Good 4th and 6th shot there from Millie Rain. Finding the backhand of Castillo, putting the pressure on, creates the pop-up. Oh, she missed it.
Just missing it. Got a little too big right there.
Well, it hung up longer in the air than Johnson thought. And when it does that, you continue reaching for it. And then you get overextended.
And it is game point here, game number 2 for Radikowska and Castillo. Trying to force a third game here. And they do. Yuta Castillo ends it. And it is a 11-6 victory for Castillo and Radikowska. We'll go to game 2 right on the other side of this break, or game 3, excuse me, on the other side of this break from the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
was deep into the winter freeze when Ryan and Brenda Brinker made a pact. We will no longer be prisoners to you, Wisconsin winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with a new phone plan, one with the same coverage, up to half the cost. They may call us snowbirds,
but we're phoenixes.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
My first interaction with pickleball was actually during my WNBA season. Our trainer would bring different things in to work on our cardio or just fun games, and one time after practice she's like, "You want to play pickleball?" I was like, "Sure." And then I was like, I actually really enjoyed the sport and started to realize something I'm really good at and really started to think like, oh, it's something I could do.
It's one of those games that's, you see growing rapidly around our country. I'm a competitive person. I need that aspect in my life. It doesn't change just because you leave one profession. It's really cool to be able to do something that you can find, competitive and challenging.
I like playing in these events. I like competing in tournaments. It's competitive and you can do it for hours. And it's good exercise. And, like baseball, the ball's coming at you pretty hot. So I like to smash it. I think it's just a lot of fun. I can play with my wife. I can play with my kids. But then again, you can get tournaments like this where you play with really good competition.
You got to keep the intensity high at all times and finishing the game. It gets tough when you get right there to 10 and you got to make that last point. It's pretty hard. The competitive side of me wants to get better at every shot. After I'm done NASCAR, maybe I'll come play some APP Tour.
Speaking of Jewel Lloyd, there she is, the WNBA All-Star, two-time WNBA champion, Notre Dame grad, Niles West Wolves High School grad, suburbs of Chicago. But Jewel Lloyd took a gold medal here yesterday, 4-0 women's singles. So she punched her ticket to Arizona as we start off hot here in game number 3, Chad.
Putting it down right there. Georgia Johnson. Ball gets a little elevated. Dorian, I love the look he just gave Dom right now. I know you're not on a headset. He cracked me up. Tom throwing out all this information. She's like, what? Where's that coming from?
I'll tell you where. Oh, great counter there from Radikowska, but little known fact, I was coaching varsity basketball at Niles West High School, Jewel Lloyd's freshman year at Niles West High School. So we were at the same school at the same time. When she was a freshman starting on varsity, she was a beast then. Just short there from Castillo.
Tough right there. She lunged for it at the last minute, so she didn't have any real base or further extension to get that ball over the net.
Oh, great job by Castillo. Almost going half scorpion there, Chad.
Yeah, just drops the body, bends the knees, gets on top right there. Nice flick down. Oh, just catches the line.
The footwork, though, Chad,
thought it was going wide.
The footwork from Castillo in the middle of that point as Rain dots the line.
That's the singles game right there, right? Court coverage. That's Castillo's strength.
Oh, Rain changed her mind. She had an opportunity there to attack and then decided to try and roll dink that.
Johnson coming in, trying to be aggressive, just overruns and overhits that backhand that she set up for herself. And then rushes that return there.
Like the first spot there from Castillo. She had Radikowska halfway through the transition area, attacks her first, gets the pop up, and then is able to find the hole in the middle. 2-1-2. Oh, and a little love off the tape. Radikowska, very apologetic.
Don't be afraid to use it. Yeah, that's so tough to try to adjust to. It's hard to adjust to when you're set, let alone when you're coming out of the uncoil of the stack.
Wow, Georgia Johnson was everywhere.
That was a much better lob there from Judith Castillo. What I don't like, though, is the lob went up and both Radikowska and Castillo backed away from the kitchen line. As soon as you see your opponent's back, stay at the kitchen line there and apply the pressure. If you see their face, well then, yeah, you got to take a step back.
But when you see both back of their heads, you should be licking your chops up at that kitchen line right there, waiting for that next ball to come back. Nice run, though, from Castillo and Radikowska. They gain a 3-point lead here in Game 3.
Changed her mind. I think she was going to do a little flick speed up. Decided to try to push Johnson further out and create more of a hole, and just pushed it a little too hard.
Georgia Johnson had put away on her mind from the get-go.
Drop right there, just cut off.
4-2-1.
Puts it right in the top of the net with the added top spin, but didn't get the extension.
Just fighting their way through the transition area, but Castillo and Radikowska couldn't get a ball to drop.
Again, good ball movement. Castillo and Radikowska have really taken control of those points when they're moving the ball around and putting
Oh, and I think that ball might have gone wide.
Putting pressure on. So Castillo and Radikowska going into the end change up 6-2. It has been very, very similar in all three games. It's Castillo and Radikowska that have had the early lead. It was 7-2 game one, 9-1 game two, 6-2 here. It'll be, they have to not allow Johnson and Rain to get some momentum back. I'd like to see Castillo and Radikowska keep moving that ball around. When they get the opportunity to be aggressive and really apply some pressure, to go ahead and take it.
But what do Johnson and Rain need to do here to get back in this again?
They have to do the same thing. They have to try to apply the pressure and go on the attack before Castillo and Radikowska do. The issue is that sometimes they're trying to force the speed up. We've seen a couple of speed ups from the feet or from midcourt. You know, that's a difficult place to be speeding up from.
Back here in play on the end change. 6-2 lead for Castillo and Radikowska. A little confusion in the middle right there for Radikowska and Castillo. Right out of the end change, and a quick side out to Johnson and Rain.
Yeah, that's a good start right there from Johnson and Rain on the second half of this game. You know, finding the feet a little bit more, pushing those dinks a little bit deeper.
And I think right now Rain and Johnson out of this end change are coming in going, we need to find the middle.
Yep.
Oh, the speed up initiation from Castillo.
Yeah, and I like it. That's the right ball to do it. It was somewhat of a dead dink right in front of her. She had multiple options, but she chooses the right one as far as a heavy topspin forehand.
Oh, no.
That's not the right.
No, she had already made up her mind that if that ball came to that spot, she was going to speed up, but it was just too low. Johnson and Rain do add one. Now down 3. Oh, no, and that is not what Rain and Johnson need as Castillo and Radikowska get a little love on the drive off the tape here.
And we'll just say thank you very much for that one. Johnson drops down to try to defend the heavy roll from Radikowska, but kicks up over her paddle.
Oh, no. That's just a, I'm going to catch this and throw this little highlight action.
But the elbow didn't move. That's the good thing right there. So she's sitting on the backhand, and it just brings the paddle up. The elbow stayed in front, which allowed her to just flick it back. Oh,
no,
my goodness.
Castillo.
She looked like she was dead to rights. And again, it's this little jump flick. Gets it down below the net, creates the pop-up.
Radikowska's like, go ahead, do your thing.
I'll take this. I'll take the photo for you. Take your selfie.
Oh, Castillo wanted that one. She's about
flattened out on a
half an inch from being perfect down the line.
Yep. And that's just a hand flat or pointing the fingers down to the ground.
Oh, a little love off the tape there for Rain as they stop the run for Castillo and Radikowska at 3. But is now a 6-point deficit for Johnson and Rain. It's the blocking right now of Castillo. Everything's out front. Nothing's big. She's not getting fully extended. It's just so good.
But Johnson and Rain have not tested that right hip, right armpit. They're going right at the body of Castillo where she's able to punch that ball back. Once it gets outside the right hip or even the right armpit, now that block becomes very difficult.
Oh, and it's there for Radikowska. She let it drop a little too much. Oh no, right there. I don't mind the idea.
That ball is there to be sped up, but it's the same thing from Castillo and Radikowska right there on both those balls that they sped up. the swing is too flat, didn't get the paddle head underneath it, didn't get the shape that was needed. Again, right into the body.
Yeah.
And she's on top of it and punches it straight down.
The footwork. Little confusion in the middle, 2 balls prior. You get the pop-up as you see Radikowska and Castillo talking about that.
That one
ball
right there.
Giving Johnson and Rain a little more life. On second server here. Good lead from Castillo.
Yeah, I like the reach in there from her as well. Does a good job rolling that one hard across the body of Millie Rain.
Wow.
Missed it wide.
It was there. Again, another good lob right there. Rain not able to get much on that because it's over that left shoulder. You just keep pumping life into Johnson and Rain right here, Chad. It's just so scary.
Good angle there. And even better around the post and finish.
Yeah, you just cannot give a good team any life, and that is what Castillo and Radikowska are doing right now. Is Johnson and Rain starting to fire up here? I'd call it right now. Give them one of your timeouts. Call it here. Slow this momentum. And the lead.
Yeah, now they'll take the timeout.
9-1, now 9-6. It's just diminishing here. And what's been the difference maker, though, here, Chad, for Johnson and Rain to get back in this?
Well, they actually haven't gone for that much. They've forced Castillo and Radikowska to make some errors, and we've seen it in all 3 games. When Castillo and Radikowska have gotten to this 7, 8, 9, they get a little tight. Right? They start pressing, they start worrying about making a mistake, and they don't put any pressure on it. It allows Johnson and Rain to keep working their way back in.
And that's almost like it's a flip mentality, which it should be the other way around. You get a 9-1, 9-2 lead as they've had here in game number 2. Shouldn't it be flipped where you come in and are like, okay, it's 9-1, 9-2. I'm going to go for something here. Put pressure on.
But that's all about the mentality, right? Is it, am I going to play to win and play to extend that lead a little bit, or is it I have a large lead right now, I don't have to do too much, I only need 2 more points.
So don't try and make a mistake.
I don't need to give away mistakes right now, so all of a sudden we're not going for as much, we're just putting the ball in play.
We'll see out of this timeout as Johnson and Rain, all the momentum was 9-2 here, so a 4-0 run for Johnson and Rain. Could be a 4-0 plus run here. as they're still on first server as well. That's such a good speed up right there from Johnson. Oh boy.
Don't look now, but
oh boy.
Johnson and Rain completely have the momentum right now.
That is just too clean there from Millie Rain, sitting on that backhand speed up, and it is a 1-point game. Not coming back right there as ball popped up to Millie Rain, or excuse me, Georgia Johnson is able to put that away. Great speed up from Rain.
Well, and a few too many balls by Castillo into the same spot. She was trying to be aggressive with the backhand roll dink. Millie Rain taking it out of the air. Nope.
That's not the shot right there.
And just like that, the lead is gone, and it's match point for Johnson and Rain. And there it is.
Wow. What a finish for Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain, battling back from down 9-2 in game number 3. To go on a 9-0 run to end it. Congratulations to Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain as they move on to the gold medal match.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Hey, I'm Chef Chad Rosenthal, and I'm here today with Vlasic Pickles to put the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, a dill ball is a shot that is inbounds and is bounced only once. It's a live ball. This Vlasic Pickle Dip is a live ball of pickle flavor. Crunchy pickle perfection.
And it's a 9-0 run for the 3 seeds. Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain to close it out. Taking this one 11-9 in game 3. Big hugs there from Mom Julie Johnson. And we're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano for our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Millie, I'll start with you. Game 1, you go on a 9-2 run to win game 1. What was the difference to start in that first game?
Eva and Judah are a really good team. I mean, they had us, and then we kind of changed our strategy a little bit, started making more shots, trusting each other, and just keep going.
Game 2, you guys lose, Georgia. Then game 3, you come out, you're down 6-2 on the end change. Then they score 3 straight, you're down 9-2. What's going through your minds, and what are you talking with Mom on the sideline to get you guys back in, and you go on a 9-0 run to win it?
We just were trying to trust each other. You know, we play so much together, and I think that's what made those comebacks possible. And we just had faith that we could come back. And even after we lost the last game, we'd gone on a little run, and so we're still really pumped going into third.
All right, well, congratulations, ladies. Moving on to Championship Sunday. We'll take a break on Championship Court. Next up, though, men's bronze here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Less is more. Less is less beer.
Cat tire.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
This week's Partake Community Hero is Lily Azell. Lily is an ambassador for USA Pickleball in her volunteer role since 2018. She attends events all over Miami with its 34 municipalities, engaging with county commissioners to support their efforts to expand the number of public pickleball courts. In collaboration with APP, Partake Non-Alcoholic Brewing aspires to seek out, celebrate, and share the stories of individuals advancing pickleball's frontiers for their community. Thank you to Lily and Partake for making a difference.
Lily is one of the best people out there. I've known Lily for a long time. She used to come over to our coast and take lessons from us when she first got into pickleball. Now she is one of the best ambassadors for our sport in the country.
That's all I hear about ambassadors when it comes to the APP is everyone's the best. I really think it speaks to the quality of people that we have, not just the players, but around the tour as a whole as we get set for our men's bronze medal match. It's going to be a good one. It's Eric Lang and Max Manthau going up against Spencer Lanier and
Jason Bach.
Jason Bach, thank you.
I got
it's been
you.
a long day on
I got you. I got you. That's why we're a team here.
That is coming up next here on Championship Court. Don't go anywhere. 2 matches to go here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP is sponsored by Chase. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler. Welcome back to Championship Court as we get set for our men's bronze medal match. That is Spencer Lanier. Looking at him there in the Franklin shirt. His partner, his opponent there, Max Manthau. Little words of encouragement. Everyone friends here. All four of these players, as you see there, Lanier, 20 years old, Newburgh, Oregon. All four of these players, Dom, call the Pacific Northwest their home. They started training together as of late. So these are going to be four players that know each other very intimately.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Eric Lang's giving us a heads up
All
here.
right.
He said, watch the second point.
Didn't say why, he just said watch it.
Looks at me and says that. The exact thing. I'm like, all right, E. All right, buddy, let's see what we got here coming up on the second point.
Eric Lang has been playing with increased confidence as of late, so we'll be keeping our eye out on point number 2. Now we got Jason Bach telling us.
Jason's coming over saying the same thing. Something's happening. What's going on here that we don't know about? I like it, though, but these guys, all four of them, like you said, Dorian, they are all from the Pacific Northwest, all guys that we get a chance to see on the APP Tour. But when you train together, as we're talking about Eric Lang there from West Lynn, Oregon, 43 years young.
Yep.
We're going to call it young.
100%.
But when you train with players so often, you know their tendencies.
Right.
So now it's who can flip something new in there.
We saw that yesterday in the mixed pro doubles with Dylan Frazier and Millie Rain. It's not just knowing your tendencies, it's then the mental game of who can out-maneuver the other.
Outwit.
Yep, Max Manthau, 32 years old, out of Tacoma, Washington. Former Washington Husky. Lots of purple on the court here this afternoon. Manthau and Lang, bottom of the screen in the purple and white. Lanier and Bach, black and white at the top.
Oh, and
early speed up from Manthau.
Lanier got in the way right there. Bach was on that. So is this the second point
This
we're
will be
talking about? They're all smiling. What's going on?
I think that means second point's coming.
Oh, there was. Oh. No, he lobbed the 6'10" guy. And Lang there with the put away. And the fancy footwork from these guys. They said it was the second point.
Lang's so doubted, he didn't even look over for the confirmation.
No.
We noticed. We saw Eric Lang.
We saw it.
Mid-point switch.
I like it. But I like the lob there from Manthau up and over the top of Spencer Lanier. That is not easy to do over the big man in a 3-0 lead here for Lang and Manthau.
It takes a lot of confidence to lob the 6'4" guy as that one just out of the reach. Oh!
So Bach and Lang went to tap paddles, and Bach got a little aggressive with it, knocked the paddle out of Lang's hand.
Things that you can do when all four of you are friends.
Yes. Nice speed up right there from Mathau. Got a little love off the tape right there.
If you're Lang, though, you have to have a stronger wrist, though. Like, come on.
Nice step in right there from Spencer Lanier, and instead of just resetting that lean in, he pulls the trigger with a little wrist flick to start that little firefight.
Good placement there from Mathau. Side out. Three, 1-1.
Forced error there. Lang and Mathau regained the 3-point lead.
Lang and Mathau fell to Will Howes and Riley DeHart in the second men's semifinal. That one went to 3 games after Lang and Mathau took game 1, 11-4. Oh, big rip from the big fella, but came up short.
Yeah, just missing off the tape right there. About a half an inch from being perfect. Great spot there from Eric Lang, a little backhand flick.
When you've played together as much and trained together as much, and we talked about the knowing the tendencies and the outmaneuvering, at what point do you try to throw in something new that they haven't seen before?
I think it's a feeling out process. It's, can I get away with what I normally do? Will that work? If it's not working, now maybe let's try something new. Right now, Lang and Mathau not doing too much different other than a little fancy footwork on the second point. Oh, nice hands
from Lanier.
Yeah, Spencer Lanier right there. Beautifully done. Reading the speed up here from Eric Lang.
And two guys in Lanier and Lang that play a very similar style of game as well.
Yes, they do. Very tall, big reach. Could play powerful, but will prefer to play slow first.
Missed return makes it 5-1-2. There's a really aggressive serve, just long. And it's interesting to me, Dom, and you look at guys like Lang and Lanier, and Andre Diescu to some degree as well, could play that power game, but instead prefer the finesse. Why is that?
So again, it's being predictable. I'm big, I'm strong. Predictability would be I'm going to play fast, right, and play hard. But again, if you can develop that slow game, they know that pickleball is played and developed through the slow game to the fast game. So they play through their soft hands, through the dink game to get their speed ups.
And there was some power right there from Lang on the backhand put away.
Yeah, again, it's Lang reaching in and using that backhand flick.
2-5-2.
Nice counter there from Mathau.
Earns the side out. So it's been a good run for Lang and Mathau in their first tournament together. Decided to partner up just 3 weeks ago. As Dom said earlier, rumor has it that partnership was born in Sacramento. Oh.
Just missing. Get the whole story straight, though.
Well, I was going to let you fill in the details. It's your story.
In the bathroom in Sacramento is where Lang supposedly proposed. And
that's how all true romantic partnerships are born.
That's it. It's been good for them here this weekend.
Max Mathau trying to make pickleball a more full-time job as the money has started to come into the sport that's been more available to players. I spoke to Eric Lang earlier today. He talked about the influx of money has really changed the dynamic of the sport. It's allowed Lang to go full-time as well. We've seen him do that over the last year. And correspondingly, his game has gotten better. Right there, got caught a little bit.
Yeah, just missing that backhand counter is Eric Lang as Bach and Lanier creep back here now within 2. Nice pull the trigger from Bach, but go back to the beginning of that point. They look like they're going to stack do Manthau and Lang, and they don't, because Manthau sprints across the court to cover. It's almost faking it.
Those hands were so fast.
Yeah, Lanier gets jammed up just enough right there. But now on second server.
Nice little run here for Bach and Lanier. Able to shave away 2 points from the lead. Referee timeout.
Not sure. It looks like it may be a microphone issue for our referee on court. Take a look at, there's the uncoil, and again, right there you see Lanier gets chicken winged right up around that right armpit and can't keep that ball in play, so ball just gets jammed up on his body a little too much.
Is that something that's more difficult for taller players that have that larger wingspan, just because it requires more to keep it so
it's a
compact?
bigger space because they're bigger themselves. And so, yes, again, that spot right there is a bigger target on a bigger player.
That one's not coming back. Wow, Eric Lang.
Getting big in the middle is Eric Lang on the forehand side.
5-4-1.
Adds to the lead as the ball goes in the net.
6-4-1.
Wow, what footwork from Manthau
To clear the body,
yes, exactly. You saw that too right there, Dorian. He clears himself to the sideline to give himself room on the forehand side. Beautifully done by Manthau. Right there, just slides to the sideline, is able to get something on that forehand. If he doesn't slide, that ball eats him up on his body right there on that chicken wing like we talked about. So great job by Manthau as they regain a 3-point lead.
And to be able to move into clear while keeping your hand steady, because if he moves his hand as he's sliding, it catches an edge guard, it pops it up. So it's not just the footwork, but the body control as well that you have to have on a play like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and he does. You know, his feet are so quick, gets that from singles, plays singles really well, moves really well. So again, moving that body, moving his feet, something he is accustomed to, does really well.
Before he was at the University of Washington, Max Manthau, a junior champion in the state of Washington, decided to stay in his home area, continues to live there now.
7-4-1.
7-4-1.
Good spot there from Jason Bach, putting that ball near the feet of Max Manthau.
7-4-2.
Get up, Manthau.
We've seen Manthau do that a couple of times today.
Yeah, using the vertical right there to get up on top of this ball. This last one right there.
8-4-2.
Timed that jump perfectly. Roll just catches the line for the side out.
That ball right at the right shoulder of Eric Lang. Perfect spot from Jason Bach. Lang couldn't get his paddle tight enough to his body to get this. Actually, it almost looked like Eric Lang pulled his paddle down thinking Bach hit it harder.
Yep.
Which typically Jason Bach will do.
Right.
He likes to play with some pace.
Bach and Manthau, the power players out of this foursome. Just wide on the ATP.
Ambitious there from Jason Bach.
But again, that goes back to the familiarity. Maybe it was there, trying to do something different.
Yep.
5-8-2.
Nice set up there from Manthau as he pulled Bach really wide, but instead of just pulling him wide and watching it, he pulls him wide, steps back to the middle, and then is able to finish.
Something I wanted to note before we get any further down as we take another look at this last point. In the middle of that, though, Manthau hit the lob as there's the end of the point. And both Bach and Manthau have done something on lobs. As Lanier puts that away. They've stepped back off of the kitchen line before they've gone after it. We've seen players at times today just try to push off from the kitchen line and been called for foot faults.
Yes, and players are well aware of if they step in the kitchen and jump back after touching that kitchen line or kitchen, it is a fault. So players becoming more conscious of that.
Manthau teeing off there.
Yeah, again, nice speed up, though, from Lanier as he starts this little backhand flick. He's not able to get the second one as Lang took control.
Lang and Manthau now 2 points away from taking game one here in our men's doubles bronze medal match. And another timeout taken by Lanier and Bach. What have Lang and Manthau done so effectively here in game one to play and really assert their type of pace?
Well, it was what happened in the semifinal match. When they were being successful, Lang and Manthau, they were dictating when they wanted to, right? And right now, that's exactly what's happening. They're dictating pace of play, speed ups when they want to. When Bach and Lanier get on the offensive, it's their advantage for the most part. But what Lang and Manthau are doing is they're keeping the ball low enough for them not to do that, waiting for their right moment.
And so that also then prevents Lanier and Bach from being aggressive and being able to pull the trigger first, because if they do, it's not the right ball.
Exactly. They're keeping that ball low so they're not able to attack, but then waiting for the right ball that they can attack.
Manthau gets it. Bach was waiting for it.
Nice Ernie there from Bach, and not only is it a good Ernie, it's a good angle. Getting it away from outstretched Eric Lang.
To clear that wingspan is saying something.
Oh no, that ball is punished off the paddle of Eric Lang.
Heads up.
There's no apology to the young Spencer Lanier either. He's like, listen,
do you have
youngin,
to apologize, though, when you train together?
to your friends?
No,
absolutely. You're going to talk about it when you get home.
Remember that time I lit you up and I did it twice?
There it is. Light him up. He
no.
puts the hand up late. Get out of here, Eric. And then the smile.
We know you're not sorry, Eric.
You are not sorry. You are teeing off on the big body. That is a great reset from Manthau in the middle of that point.
Lanier pulls it wide. It's game point for Lang and Manthau. Overhead put away through the middle, and game number 1 goes to the men in purple. They take it 11-5 over the 12 seeds Jason Bach and Spencer Lanier. Game 2 in the men's doubles bronze medal match coming up next here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
At Typical Insurance, you're just another senior.
That is the 3rd health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market. Right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Earlier this week, the APP made a very special announcement in the APP Junior Circuit, a collection of 3 tournaments around the country for players aged 18 and younger. Additionally, all players will be eligible to participate in the APP Junior National Championships held in December at the Fort, the APP's headquarters in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. For more information, visit theapp.global.
Let's go.
Love to see the growth of the sport, getting everyone involved.
Next Gen Junior Circuit.
And it's growing so fast.
APP doing their part to help grow the sport at the youth level. Absolutely love that.
And there's a reason they call it the Association of Pickleball Players. It is everyone that plays and loves this sport.
Oh, off the tape, Manthau gets it. Lanier just beside himself, smiling about it. Gives a little fake clap.
Body language says it all.
Yes.
Ooh.
Get out of here.
Manthau all over that. That was a fantastic reset by Lanier on the first trigger pull. It's ridiculous.
The first, the 8th,
yeah.
the 16th. There were so many good resets throughout that point, but again, finally, Manthau finding the sideline after he pinches Lanier to the middle.
Manthau really bursting on the scene last year in Daytona as Lanier puts away the pop-up. There is no one that's surprised by Max Manthau now.
Lanier staring down lane going, yeah, I almost got you too, buddy. Right there, smiling at him.
I don't think you get to say that until you get the body bag.
No, not at all. Great read in the middle from Jason Bach as he slid like lightning quick in the middle.
A bit of pinch middle, but the point goes to Lang and Manthau.
It's crazy. The 2 biggest guys on the court are playing the right side. So their forehands are on the sideline. Typically, you see opposite.
There's a big forehand.
But it's Jason Bach and Max Manthau who play the fastest and with the most aggressive style. So that's why they're both playing the left side. Oh, that is that's a beautiful flick in the middle there from Spencer Lanier. Big reach, doesn't do too much with it, just finds the right spot.
Going for the big drive there and finds the net.
Same guy.
I same guy quite often.
Yeah, all time. That's why we're here in the booth.
Very true.
Wow. And again, same guy. Makes up for it right away. Memory of a goldfish. Let it go.
Where's the believe sign?
Next.
You told me you were going to bring it today.
I know, I forgot.
I will also take biscuits instead.
So that's one of the
Sails
biggest
long.
things in pickleball, too, is you do have to have the memory of a goldfish, because what happens, in all seriousness, is that the next point happens seconds later. So you need to let that go, refocus your mind and your game, and get back in it. Because if you don't, what happens? What happens is that now one bad point turns into 2, 3, 4 snowball, and before you know it, it's 4 points for your opponent.
We talked about it yesterday in the mixed doubles semifinal with Howells and Rain going against Frazier and Black, because the games, you only have 2 minutes to reset there, and the carryover, it's so easy to let it snowball. Crawled up the front of the net. Oh, Lanier in the right place at the right time. The ATP defense winner.
Spencer Lanier, get your paddle in the right spot and just get it back over. And Lang could do nothing but watch. It's almost deja vu, except Lang in Sacramento, he pulled his really cross court. Lanier just found the hole.
Second serve.
Second serve coming.
These guys just
having fun out there, man.
They really are.
Ooh. Bach says, I know.
Lang's like, that one's well out. Bach's like, I know.
Just a bit outside.
That is so good.
The touch from the big fella, landing it right on the back line.
You hit it right in the head there, Dorian. It's the touch from Lanier right here. You know how easy it is to overhit this ball? He hits it at about 60%, gets some shape on it, back line. Lanier's got to stay on his feet right there. He jumped up and just gets on top of that too much. If he can set his feet and just stay flat with that counter.
First scoring 8 points, 3-2-2.
Oh my goodness. I think he took it off the top of the tape right there with the reach.
Found the one spot in the court that Max Manthau can't get to.
Let's watch this. Great angle here of how far. Look at that reach. He's more than halfway into the kitchen with that reach. Great angle right there. We were able to see that.
Great balance, too, to be able to stay behind the line. Right through the middle. Slow roll for the point.
Lanier almost apologizing for that one, but I have no idea why. That's a great controlled counter. You could easily overhit that, and he just caught it on the paddle.
You never apologize for a winner.
No. Found the middle. Oh, here we go again. Watch this. Let me see where Manthau goes here after this return. All the way across. There it is again.
What is the purpose of Manthau going all the way across?
It's trying to mess with your opponents visually. It's all it is. They see a lot of movement. And the more movement they do, the more you see, the more you're like, okay, where's the hole going to be? But there really isn't one.
Don't worry about where your opponent is, worry about the ball is and where your contact point is.
Exactly.
Bach all over it at the kitchen line.
Nice point there. Jason Bach getting active right there. Is him and Lanier taking control here in game 2.
Off the end of the paddle, side out, but Bach and Lanier go on a 3-point run to take a 5-3 lead here in game number 2. After Eric Lang and Max Manthau took game 1 11-5.
Oh, that is huge backhand swing there from Jason Bach.
Makes it 4-5-1. Service error. Second serve coming.
4-5-2.
That's a great drive right there from a short return. That's a great ball to attack because it's through transition. The ball was up enough. You can get over the top of it, get some top spin on it.
Backhand put away for Manthau as they retake the lead 6-5.
Yeah, big finish right there from Lang and Manthau, and you're going to get a timeout here from Lanier and Bach as we are all square here at 5 in game number 2.
Lang and Manthau up 6-5.
6-5?
Yeah.
I think, okay.
So an even better timeout.
Even better.
You talk about that high sitter in the transition zone, and for players that are getting familiarized with the game, there are zones in the court, red, yellow, green, about balls that you can go for in the area of the court and also where they bounce up in relation to your body.
There's so much that goes into what ball you should take, you should drop, and you should attack, right? There's so many factors that come into play. It comes into your level of play. What can you do with the ball? Where the ball is, how high the ball's bouncing. If you're going by typical, right?
Typical.
Anything back at the baseline, very hard for you to drive a ball back at the baseline for anything that's low, right? I'm going to drive something maybe bounces high or higher. If it's lower and it's at the baseline, I'm going to try and drop that. But anything through that transition area, if it's low, I'm going to drop it too. But if it bounces up higher, I may attack that. So really, more or less, it's height of the ball and what you can do with it.
Saw some members of the European Atlantic Cup team. They're sitting in the stands. Spencer Lanier, part of the U.S. contingent. They will play mixed doubles tomorrow.
Oh, no.
It falls in. And Lanier can't even believe it.
Lanier puts his hand over his mouth going, did I just keep that in? Yes,
Yep.
I did. I'm not even sure what his actual intention was with that because I don't think it was that. But it worked.
Yep.
Oh, he tries to flick right at the body of Eric Lang, but ball dropped just a little too much.
What is it you said earlier? Same guy.
Same guy. But that last one, I don't know
that
what
was
that
ridiculous.
was.
Missed third, so a quick side out. Serve goes back over to Lang and Manthau.
6-5-1.
Just deep right there on the defense from Spencer Lanier.
Listen, in the Pickleball Pro Days, we need the wingspan of Lang and Lanier, and we need the vertical. So we take another look.
Just missing
missed.
back there.
We need a vertical test, and it looks like we will get a video challenge. Lanier's.
Yeah, and Lang's over the top of it. Max did call it out pretty adamantly. I think it was out. Bach was shielded. Or not, excuse me, our referee was kind of shielded by Eric Lang's body.
It looked like for a second we may have a review, but they will play on at 7-5-1. Friendly. Well, the bounce up, did it hit the bottom bar?
So it's a replay here. So what happened was ball bounced and then bounced back into the bar. So that is a replay.
7-5-1 for the second time. Oh, got away with hitting an out ball.
Lanier visibly upset playing that last ball. Would have ended up in the Chase VIP section.
Souvenir.
Directly behind our championship court.
Oh, Lang got him back.
Look at the stare down from Bach. The stare down from Bach and Lanier. Lanier's upset because if you watch his setup on this, he was going to try and pancake this speed up. He was sitting on it, knew Lang was speeding up, but it clips the tape and just goes up and over.
Oh. Great hands from Lang, and he and Manthau have worked themselves a match point, up 10-5-1.
That's just a great read in the middle there from Eric Lang.
Spencer Lanier puts it into the net. That will do it. Eric Lang and Max Manthau, who made noise in the men's doubles bracket earlier today by knocking off Andre Diescu and Gabe Tardio, they leave Miami with a bronze medal. Hugs all around. A great showing for those two. Coming up next here on Championship Court, it is our final match of the day. It is women's doubles bronze medal, and it's coming up here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open on ESPN.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
my name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
We never just see the numbers. We see the people.
When I first started the company, I was really excited to empower people of all abilities. You've made something that people find invaluable. It fuels you to keep making a better impact with your business.
I don't have to think about the pathway to the ocean. I just know that I'm going to be able to surf again.
That's why we're here, to help make it happen. JP Morgan Chase.
The APP is sponsored by Alas, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. Alex Strong warming up here on championship court as we get set for our women's bronze medal match. Strong, 19 years old, out of Falls Church, Virginia, 11 total APP medals won in 2023. She's playing alongside Mari Humberg. There's Mari, calls Louisville, Kentucky home, played her collegiate tennis at the University of Louisville, 4 total medals won on tour last year. The Brazilian native, they will take on Judith Castillo and Ava Radikowska. There's Ava right there. Radikowska and Castillo played that epic against Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain. It's going to be a tough ask for Radikowska, the 44-year-old out of Marietta, Georgia, originally from Poland, and Castillo to be able to put that semifinal behind them. They've had some time to let it sit, but they were up.
It's stewing.
Simmer.
It's stewing inside.
There's Judith Castillo, won a gold in Punta Gorda. If it were me, it would be stewing. They were up 9-2 in game number 3, 2 points away from playing on Championship Sunday.
7-2 up, 9-1 up, 9-2 up.
And so then think about it this way, too. So then that's the flip side, right? So you had Castillo and Radikowska up. Honestly, probably should have won, right? Should have won. Should be playing on Sunday. They're not. They're here right now. Humberg and Trong got beat pretty handily in the first game. Played really well in the second game, right? So almost like a progression. They didn't play well first game, played well the second game, didn't win.
Had a game point.
They progressed, right, throughout their game. Is it they're a little more positive because, hey, we played really bad game 1, we played well game 2, didn't win, okay, but now we're moving on to bronze, let's be positive here? Or is it Radikowska and Castillo, just like Chad said, it's stewing inside? Is that going to really bother you? Or do they say, hey, we know we should be playing on Sunday. We deserve to be there. Let's beat the heck out of these guys here.
And that's where I think Castillo and Radikowska have to come into it and say, hey, we played really well. What did we do wrong? We let our foot off the pedal when we got up. Now it is our adjustment. If we're going to play more tournaments throughout the year, we have to learn from that. We're good enough. We can stay aggressive, create our opportunities, and now we just have to figure out how to close and how not to, get back on our heels. For Humberg and Trong, like you said, Dom, it was a very rough start for them in game 1. They made their adjustments in game 2, but what was the adjustment that they made is that they stopped going for as much. They developed the point and created their opportunities. They shortened up their swings, but it was just a couple of untimely errors, in reality on both sides with Radikowska and Castillo, and for Trong and Humberg down the stretch. So it'll be interesting to see, is this come out, bang the ball around and try to take some frustration out? Or is this, hey, we're going to work on some things, develop the points, make our adjustments so we can move forward into Del Rey?
We know what we saw in the mixed doubles bronze medal match yesterday. We know which one of those we saw.
And we saw a very frustrated Gabe Tardio come out and just gangbusters,
yes.
Right? Like, he was
I think it was then the food that he was eating during timeouts just changed the hangry.
It made him frustrated to a point where he was like, forget this. I should be playing for gold. I'm not. I'm playing this bronze medal match. I'm going to destroy you.
And I'm leaving here with a medal. 0-0-2. Time in. Alex Strong serving at the bottom of the screen. Radikowska finds the angles, and we saw Judith Castillo make some phenomenal plays in that semifinal.
Yeah, we did. She played really well. So did Radikowska again. It kills them to be here right now because they had so many opportunities to be playing for gold. They did play so well, but
Strong pulls the trigger.
And that's the no-go zone on Alex Strong.
But that was not what we saw in the semifinal. Right? She got a little too big on those backhands. This one times it up perfectly, anticipated it well.
Chad, you and I know Alex Strong so well. We've known her for years. That's her strength.
Yes.
Is her two-handed backhand. That's why she is a great right-sided player, is because that two-handed backhand for her is in the middle. She loves it, relies on it.
push long, side out.
0-1-1.
Oh, Castillo, the
Easy
ATP.
Did she drop to a knee to hit that? Blocked by a screen here.
I think it was just a little slide right here.
0-1-2.
Oh, nice.
Nice shape. Drops the paddle head down, comes around the side of the ball.
One of the prettiest ATPs you will see.
Side up.
I think she might hit an out ball right there, but at least she got it down to the feet. She being Redzkowska.
1-0-1.
Trong going up and getting that one.
Well, good 1-2 combo there from Alex Trong. She starts to speed up and then finishes it herself. And she's a feel player. When she feels it and is in kind of a zone where she's playing well, that's where she's dangerous. That's a no-no to Mari Humber. You leave a ball anything up, that wrist flick is nasty.
0-1-1.
Too much from Radikowska. We are tied at 1.
Yeah, and a good job there from Trong. Not only getting a paddle on it, she was fully outstretched, but she kept that ball down below the net. Can't stress enough how important it is to have your opponents hitting from down up on their attacks.
Good combo there from Radikowska.
1-1-2.
1-1-2. Big rip from Humberg. Caught the tape, caught the line. Get the point.
Yeah, good adjustment there from Radikowska, but last thing, ball didn't seem to come up like she was expecting.
Oh, good movement from Alex Trong. Going outside, inside, and then outside again. And then the reset attempt to Humberg, and Humberg puts it away.
And those balls were very easy for Trong to try to speed up. But it was a borderline speed up. She could have gotten herself into trouble. She was smarter as far as taking the balls above the net, but moving the ball around again. And a good step in here from her and the strong overhead.
4-1-2.
It's a good spot from Radikowska. She knows Trong's trying to get to the backhand. Trong slides just a little bit. Well, as she shifts to her right, Radikowska goes more towards the middle, and it gets off the edge of Alex Trong's paddle.
Smart idea there from Trong to throw up the lob.
Well, and the difference with that offensive lob compared to some of the other ones that we've seen, it was a little bit more aggressive as far as it was lower and it had a little bit more pace on it. So once that ball got over the shoulder, very difficult for Castillo to try to catch up to it.
Castillo, nice backhand rip. That's saying something because Castillo has some speed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We've already seen the court coverage from her today.
Castillo came onto the scene last year. Really made her mark in Sacramento back in 2023. Really was primarily a singles player is where a lot of her success was, as that's a deep serve. Has really worked herself into a quality doubles player.
Serve almost looked out from here, but again, we're on the opposite side or opposite end of the court.
3-4-2.
3-4-2.
Castillo and Radikowska sitting in the middle right there.
4-3-1.
Radikowska into the net on the second attempt at the counter.
Yeah, I formation right there, and we saw that a couple of times in the semifinal from Alex Strong. Yes, she's being aggressive. She comes over for the poach, but we talked about where, that's a situation where you have to finish it. Otherwise, both you and your partner are out of position, and in that time, Hamburg just didn't know where to go.
That right there, though, from Hamburg, a nasty drop. Nice and aggressive with a lot of cut on it.
5-3-2.
That's pretty much all of her drops do.
Stepped in for the backhand flick, but caught the tape side out.
Yeah, but on that speed up right there, she's got 1 foot forward, fully extended, doesn't have the base to really be able to brush up on the back of it.
Similar situation, though, but Radikowska filled in the open space.
Exactly. So she recognized that Castillo was coming over. Radikowska slid to cover. When we've seen Tron come over, it's been Hamburg that's kind of got stuck a little bit on that left side and hasn't fully had the shift and the switch. All right, you two need to stop right now because I'm so far away from my cough button that I can't yawn. In here yawning up a storm. It has been a little bit longer day. Plenty of matches on the card today.
Just missing that drop is Radikowska side out as they get within one here.
5-4-1.
5-4-1.
Otherwise, I'm going to reach across and slap you guys awake.
That is a tough reset right there from Hamburg.
5-4-2.
Oh.
Thread the needle in Strong's reaction.
Oh, she's set up. She's like, yeah, she's coming cross body, and you'll see it. Just load up. Radikowska's like, nope.
And doesn't even
slide it on down the line.
Doesn't even need to do too much with it. Just needs to get it to the spot.
Pretty pass from Eva Radikowska. Sails wide. We are tied at 5.
Well, that's a good drive right there. Nice and low with some dipping action. Hamburg has to hit up on it.
Well, I think she was expecting that Trong was going to step over there with the backhand as well as she was uncoiling.
Judith Castillo jumping through that running backhand.
Strong starting to get into it a little bit more vocally. Talked about she's one of those athletes that when she's feeling it, it's all momentum.
Yeah, we haven't heard the big come on out of her today.
No, and that's when you know she's playing well.
Yeah.
When she's loud, you get some players who don't feed off of play like that or action like that. Alex Strong is the opposite of that. When she's going well, she's vocal, she's loud, she's supportive of her partner. And if she hits a winner, she will let you know about it.
And that's another excellent drive there from Radikowska. There's two things with that drive. Yeah, she's hitting it hard, but she's not hitting it at 100%. Right? She's adding shape to it. You guys are terrible. She's adding shape to it, and she's getting it to dip below the net. So a lot of the times, those of you at home that are watching, when we think about driving, yes, it's good to be able to hit it hard, but if it's a linear ball and a flat ball, it's a lot easier for our opponents just to punch that ball back down. If we can add something with shape that has a little bit more pace that gets below the net, now the volley is much more difficult because we're trying to volley up from below the net, and depending on how hard that ball is, we can either crash forward or, like we've seen from Hamburg a couple of times, it's sailed deep.
Similar to hitting a fastball, it's linear. It moves on one plane. It's the easiest ball to hit.
Yeah.
Right.
Time back in. Castillo and Radikowska leading 7-5.
That one.
Missed third. Looks like it didn't come up.
No, it just slid through. Good timeout.
Able to consolidate the timeout, earn the side out. Just long.
Yeah, good lead right there from Castillo as she was just about to try and get on top of that ball.
5-7-2.
Nice speed up there from Humberg.
Yeah, and another good setup there from Trong. This time moving her feet a lot better, getting her body into position that she can be really aggressive with that top spin dink cross court.
Watch Trong here. Watch that. Move through transition, two
that
drops.
One there.
And then boom, to put away for her partner.
Oh, that's pretty.
Inside out flick.
Yeah, and she doesn't try to hit it too hard. So it becomes very difficult to defend when, if that ball's harder, you just put a paddle down and block it back over. But trying to swing, guess how much power that you got to hit with.
Oh.
Wow, Alex Trong, the work she did in the middle of that point was absolutely incredible.
There's lots of work going on both sides there.
And the awkward overhead there from Humberg. It works, though. It's not always about how pretty the shot is,
you
but
can
how
win
effective.
Ugly.
Oh, right
off the
knee.
thigh.
So in that situation, Castillo did a better job of sliding over and covering middle on around the post defense from Radikowska. But once that ball went back cross, she didn't slide again. So Humberg's speed ups going outside that right knee become very difficult to block on the backhand.
7 up after the forehand from Castillo went long. There's Trong starting to get into it.
Well, that's such a good spot right there from her, too, as she has Castillo leaning heavy to her forehand side. And she finds a spot in the middle because she pulled her to the forehand first. Opens up that middle.
Smart point construction from Alex Trong, and she has worked a 1-point lead alongside her partner, Mari Humberg, 8-7 over Judith Castillo and Eva Radikowska here in this bronze medal match. The IQ of Alex Trong is what has continued to impress me. The more that she gets into the sport, we've really seen her come into her own over the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, she's playing really well. She's improving daily. Her practice sessions are getting a little better over the past year and a half. But the biggest thing for me is, like we talked about, she's a feel player. She's got to play with a partner who can kind of help her get into that mindset, get into that, let's go, let's get up here. Mari Humberg, that kind of partner, is going to be very positive with her to get her into that. Mari, I know, is telling her, hey, be aggressive. I can get you. I can play defense well enough to keep us in points if we get in trouble, but I want you to be that aggressive player that you are.
Trong and Humberg fell just short of the bronze medal in Sacramento. They lost in that match to Susanna Barr and Megan Fudge. It's a great spot from Trong that caused the pop-up.
The big thing that Trong has done in the last 4 to 5 points is she's really focused on her foot movement. She's getting her body into better positions, giving herself the setup, the time, the space with that ball, rather than getting overextended or jammed up.
Second serve.
She's so
missed
mad.
the overhead.
She's so mad and vocal with herself right there why she missed that. But she tried to go a little inside out overhead, tried to be too cute with it, rather than just get it straight down.
Still on second serve, 9-7-2. Humber cuts it a little too fine, side out.
Yeah, she's trying to change the spot up. She wants the same spot twice in a row and then tries to pull it back across her body.
7-9-1.
Chong's still thinking about the overhead. Good
wide.
Just wide. Taking a look at that. Chong somehow getting the paddle and the head out of the way.
Good idea from Radikowska, just couldn't convert. Radikowska stepping across right at the feet.
She's not going to miss that ball right there. Ball popped up. Radikowska, big forehand coming in and finishing that.
This is the third drive.
Mari Humberg's return is a bait return. She cuts it. Typically when you see a cut return, people want to drive it, but she cuts it and keeps it so low it's almost undrivable.
Crawls along the tape and falls out.
Yeah, just rushed with the body movement there from Castillo. Started moving back to the middle before she'd executed that roll.
Game point for Trong and Humberg. Comes up short, second serve.
That's good pressure there from Castillo. Is Humberg hit a good drop that she had Castillo back off the line, but she stayed back. She's got to gain some ground on that. Castillo made her pay by keeping her back.
Castillo and Radikowska fight off 2 game points. They get back on serve at 8-10-1.
8-10-1.
Just a tough ball to hit that offensive lob from. It was a little close to the body, so now she's not only having to lift, but in order to get the extension, she just had to rush out away from the body.
Oh, Humberg misses the return, 10-all.
Ouch.
That hurts right there. Free, easy point for Castillo and Radikowska. They fought off 2 game points.
Yeah, and that's a situation there where Humberg's probably still thinking about the offensive lob that she pushed deep, then tries to do a little bit too much on the return.
Radikowska is a pro tennis player from Poland.
Yeah, so hard in pickleball to try and you have to block things out so quickly because like we talked about, everything happens so fast. Points happen seconds later, and if you're still thinking about the last mistake, it's going to snowball so quick for you.
That's how fast matches can change. Must win by 2, so this one will at least go to 12. 10-all here in this game 1 of the women's doubles bronze medal match.
That's that patent Mari Humberg reach and roll. In mixed doubles yesterday, it did not work so well. Dylan Frazier had it sniffed out and was all over it.
Read the hand before it was even hit. Oh, she got a paddle
off
on
the edge
it.
guard. And now it's Castillo and Radikowska with game point.
how quickly the tides turn.
Well, Castillo and Radkowska know exactly how quickly they turn after the semifinal.
Yes, they do.
Oh, Trung.
She was dead to rights.
Trung saved herself in the middle of that point. She accidentally floated a ball, got straight into defensive mode.
Unreal.
The resets from Alex Trong. Fantastic in the middle of that point. Through the middle, forehand winner. 11 up.
Castillo has to sell that one and slide it down the line behind Humberg.
11-11-1.
It's in. She's got it.
Oh! Oh, masterful from Mari Humberg.
So good. Masterful is the key word right there. She flipped that up and over. That's a volley lob. And that is
I thought she was going to attack it for sure.
Tough. And just had Yuta Castillo on strings right there.
Game point number 3.
Somebody finish it off.
Match.
Unbelievable, ladies. Let's go.
May have been the best point of the day.
Defense
easily.
for Castillo and Radkowska. Oh my gosh.
On the 4th try, Trong capitalizes as she and Mari Humberg fight to take game 1, 13-11. Game 2 from our women's doubles bronze medal match coming up next here on Championship Court at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
A typical insurance? You're just another senior.
That is the 3rd health insurance commercial with seniors at a farmer's market, right? Don't get me wrong, I love a fresh heirloom, but it's like those companies think we're all the same. That's why I chose Humana. Before I signed up, I spoke to someone who actually listened to what I needed. She told me about benefits that were right for me, like vision and dental, all in my budget. I finally feel in control. What are you doing? Taking control.
Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
Welcome back to Championship Court, women's doubles bronze medal match. Mari Humberg and Alex Trong taking game 1 at 13-11 over Yuta Castillo and Ava Radkowska. Return sails long.
Now you got to let that go.
102.
Come back into this game, refocus for Trong and Humberg.
Okay, these points are ridiculous.
What in the world? Chad said it. What do you got to do to win a point around here? The last 2 points of game 1, and now this second point of game 2. Trong was like full splits, digs one out off of Radikowska's paddle. Oh, it's just tee it up, and we're just going to go here. Mari's looking over at us right now and just smiling.
021.
Oh, that was...
Rolled too far.
Second serve.
Yeah, very ambitious there from Humberg. Ball was really low, trying to speed that up from a tough position.
022.
Castillo can't make the dig as Humberg and Trong are on the board. I feel like I've seen more offensive lobs today than at any point on tour.
122.
Oh yeah, again, but it's becoming such an offensive weapon right now. Right on cue.
Yep. And beautifully executed.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
This little punch backhand through the middle there.
I thought I heard a no in there, and that ball landed a good 3 feet in.
Yeah, that was. It may have been it. Go.
211.
Yeah, I think it was a go.
A go?
Yeah, I think it was a go.
Sound very similar.
Well, that's typically why we don't use no and go on the court.
Oh, Trong was sitting on the first one in the middle with their two-handed backhand and just punishes that.
212.
Oh, Castillo overcommitted and left Radikowska out to dry.
Yeah, again, she was full sprint across. There was no stopping and getting back to her position.
And once you go, you got to be committed. Grip it and rip it here on championship court.
So the first one, Trong reads it and almost sits pancake. She pancakes that first one and then gets back to the next one, but a great job by Radikowska.
Ooh. So she sold that very well. 2 aggressive cross-court dinks on the backhand side, and then holds it exactly the same position, but this time just drops the paddle face back and pushes it down the line. Completely froze Trong. At it, ladies. Go at it.
This is literally just grip and rip. We've been here for 10 hours. We're coming out swinging.
But Castillo and Radikowska need to be the aggressors if they're going to keep Humberg and Trong off balance. And again.
Same spot.
So for some reason, Trong has started sliding to the middle to open up the forehand rather than sliding to the sideline and giving herself that two-hand backhand, which is her strength. It's in. Oh, get up. No!
Oh! Went Rafa Nadal on the backhand overhead.
But what I'm like confused about, Chad, the point before you're talking about, as we see Trong. Well, we don't see Trong off screen. There we see her again. But again, she's opening up to the forehand, but she's opening up too much.
Yeah.
She's sliding all the way to the middle and leaving that line exposed.
Radikowska getting just a little big there.
Yeah, missed opportunity right there. That paddle's on Radikowska, or that ball is on Radikowska's paddle there.
She and Castillo add 2 points to their advantage here in game 2. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Oh, tricky from Trong to find some space.
That's just a dirty forehand dink right here, and she rolls this perfectly. Does Strong. She had Castillo lean in middle just enough that she can't even get a paddle on it. Ooh. Is that in?
Yeah.
Wow.
Shaped it again. Shape.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
was it
well
in? It was in by 1.5 feet.
Yeah, got her again.
She's just, there's something that Radikowska's doing. She's not selling it, though, to me from where we're at.
What I think it is Radikowska's been hitting the right foot of Hamburg. So Trong is trying to step over and kind of attack with that two-hand backhand on the ball in the middle, because Hamburg's been letting it bounce and get back behind her. But she's moving too quick.
Yeah.
Radikowska once again gets the better of Alex Trong. And that timeout, as Castillo and Radikowska have worked themselves a 5-2 lead here in game number 2.
Yeah, again, and they're playing really well, but again, it's the overplay right now that's gotten burnt by Alex Trong, and she's sliding to the middle and just leaving the sideline open. I'm almost hoping that Radikowska's going to miss it, but she's not. She's hit it 3 times in a row, and 2 times Trong didn't even get a paddle on it. The 3rd time she just did get a paddle on it, but she's still so far off, and she's not going to make good contact with that ball.
So Trong needs to slide over towards the sideline. What does Hamburg need to do to make sure the middle's not exposed?
Well, I wouldn't even have her slide, just open up, right? Just open up to the forehand right there, and if Radikowska goes there, you're sitting on it because the ball's on the outside, so it's to the sideline. Alex Trong has one job, and it's sideline. Mari Hamburg has middle speed up. That's her responsibility, right? So all she got to do is sit there, but she's opening up and sliding and just leaving a gap.
Time in. 5-2-1.
5-2-1. Off the tape. Ooh.
Just long off the tape there.
No idea, couldn't see it. There's a camera in my way.
5-2-2.
This time she tried to slide to the line a little bit more, but it was the hesitation in the middle of the point there in that ball in the middle that put them out of position. And Radikowska is going to keep peppering that line until Trong makes the adjustment.
Little bit of a delay in play. Got to go track that ball down.
The ball's back here in the
at the back of the convention center right now.
150,000 square foot convention center somewhere.
The ball went up and over our tent and onto the backcourt.
I thought we might finally get our chance.
No, still nothing.
Side out.
Side out.
We got it.
That's
I got it.
2-6-1.
Oh, great defense from Trong there in the middle of the point.
Yeah, it looked like she was going to get burnt right there, but didn't. They fight back. End up coming out on top of that firefight.
3-6-1.
3-6-1.
Inch their way back in here to game 2, trying not to get it to a third game.
Oh.
Oh, how about the defense from
Radikowska tracking it down.
Lob retrieval, drop shot.
3-6-2.
And just the hands right there on the two speed ups.
Yeah, just an easy punch on the two hand. Didn't overhit.
Oh, Trong is there. She got back into that point right there. And it's because Castillo couldn't create an angle on any of those overheads that allowed Trong to be able to come back in and attack that last ball. She missed an opportunity.
That wasn't as easy of a ball as it looked when Humberg went down the line there. She had a ton of side spin on it. It pushed Castillo even further out.
7-3-1.
Excellent job from her getting that ball out wide, coming back in. Oh.
Just missed it wide. It's a 5-point lead for Castillo and Radikowska.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat right here as a couple unforced errors here from Trong and Humberg. That's just great read there from Radikowska on the speed up cross. Almost it is cross body from Trong on Radikowska. We're sitting on that backhand. Keeps that back in play, and they have a commanding lead here in game 2.
But don't say that too quickly.
We've seen this before.
History has taught us anything.
No lead is safe.
No lead is safe today.
I mean, Georgia Johnson and Millie Rain, dug holes in all 3 games, and we're just like, we'll dig our way out of this one nice and easy.
Well, they kind of took the long route home.
Scenic route.
A couple of detours, stopped off, take a, little picture here and there.
Got some in and out.
Yeah.
You can register until tomorrow.
15 seconds.
Castillo and Radikowska on a 4-1 run since the last timeout taken by Humberg and Trong. They have worked a 6-point advantage here in game number 2, trying to force a winner-take-all game 3 after Humberg and Trong took a tightly contested game 1, 13-11.
A little overtime in game 1.
Receivers. Time in. 9-3-1.
9-3-1.
Still on first server here. That's good attack on the forehand from Alex Trong, not allowing Castillo to get through the transition area.
9-3-2.
Well, the court is still moving there as well. You saw Castillo trying to step into it. Just ends up speeding up the ball into herself. And now this time, she took that one across the body of Alex Strong. She tried to just sit and hold.
Trunk's so mad.
Oh,
she's she's so mad.
She's like, why can't I figure it out?
Yeah.
And the reason being is
Radikowska continuing to paint that line. And game number 2, Chad, I will let you talk about that
talk about when we
come back.
Yeah.
Yes, we will get Chad's thoughts right before game 3 here in this women's doubles bronze medal match at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The BioFreeze USA Pickleball National Championships, November 10th through the 17th in Mesa, Arizona. Designed for pickleball's best, amateurs and pros alike. 14 tournaments, 14 opportunities. Find your golden ticket tournament. Earn your title.
Eva Radikowska making the difference in game number 2, really peppering that sideline.
Well, and that's what she's doing right now is she is holding the paddle in the exact same position as when she hits an aggressive roll dink cross court. So Trong is trying to guess which direction that she's going right now. She's moving just a little too soon. So Radikowska is just saying, you know what, I'm going to take it down the line every single time that you commit to the middle. Now, if Trong decides to start sliding to the line and she moves too soon, Radikowska is going to now roll that one through the middle. So she has the upper hand right now on Trong.
Nice combination there from Humberg.
Well, a nice pull of the trigger there from Alex Trong, and then Mari Humberg sitting on it. And what Humberg did so well, watch the speed up from Trong. She reads that Castillo's sitting in the middle, so all she has to do is punch that to the sideline.
Humberg back through the middle to earn the side out.
It's such an aggressive roll. Like, is there anyone else that has more of an aggressive roll? J.W. Johnson than Mari Humberg.
On the women's side?
On the women's side,
nobody on
nobody.
the women's side.
Her wrist action is so good when she rolls that. It's forehand and backhand.
Second serve.
Strong comes up short on the dig, second serve.
Yeah, that ball just getting a little too close to the feet. Tough to dig and get that one up and over.
right back through the middle.
I think Mari Humberg was aggravated enough getting lobbed in the semifinal match. She's like, I'm just going to lob everybody now. And she is money with it right now. And they're off the bounce and volley lobs. So she's mixing in every kind of lob you can.
Just caught. Well, going back to that lob, when you're hitting an aggressive topspin offensive lob, it's actually easier to hit out of the air than it is off of the bounce because you're extended and you can rip up the back of the ball a little bit more.
Castillo stepping across for the winner.
Oh, nice shake and bake right there. Castillo reading the low drive off the paddle of Radikowska and stepping in and finishing. Humberg changed her mind. She wanted to do 3 different things with that one.
Thought of about 3,000 in the second it took her to make an actual decision.
And it being the wrong one.
No doubt about that one from Trong on the forehand winner.
Yeah, better spot there from Trong. Castillo had the hips, turned towards Trong on the cross court, goes outside the right hip.
Set up by a great roll from Humberg and then gets the pop up. Beautifully done by Mari.
Another one.
Same spot.
Look at you. So Trong and Humberg got on the board first, but Castillo and Radikowska answered with 2.
1-2-1, tied at a game apiece here in our women's doubles bronze medal match. Second serve coming.
Trong standing up through that drive, and what happens as she stands up, ball comes up, sails long.
1-2-2.
Gets no action on it.
Castillo too long off the backhand side. We're tied at 2.
2-2-2.
Oh, Castillo.
All right, Trong's going to call it wide right now, and Castillo's no, going to challenge this one. No question. Straight away. Look at down the line, way in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not even.
So that's an easy one. We'll get that answer out to Trish Stewart, our head referee on championship court for this bronze medal match.
Well, we won't get it out. They will get it out.
They'll get it out. But this should be a quick answer.
That ball clearly on the inner part of the line. Take another look.
You're getting all technical with inner part of the line, and I believe you're right, too, Dorian.
It's called precision.
It's great eyeballs right there.
Oh, give me a break. Precision.
Yeah, you've been in the booth a long time today.
I have been.
Slap happy.
It's just great shot. Right now, biggest thing they do when they go back and talk and give the answer for the review is they double check and make sure that the score is right. You want to make sure that everything is correct when they come back in. Call on the court was out. I believe it will be reversed here.
And should the call be reversed, it would be 3-2 in favor of Humberg and Trong. Or Humberg, no, excuse me.
You got
Castillo
it right?
and Radikowska.
Thank you. It would actually be side out.
Was it Johnson and Frazier? Oh, no. It's
oh, wait, Frazier didn't play in that tournament.
We're starting how we ended.
Right,
or ending how we started. There we go. It's been a long...
They can't even get that right. How about it? Here we go.
Yes, the ball is into the... Castillo and Radikowska do not lose a challenge. So video challenge goes the way of Castillo. It will be a side out. 2-2-1. Castillo serving.
Three challenges. Time in. 2-2-1. Second serve.
Good aggressive fourth shot there, pushing Castillo back a little bit.
2-2-2.
She was on it, but overswung.
A quick side out following the video challenge.
Got her again. But she tried to slide, so Rajkowska went even tighter to the line.
She is discombobulated.
Slide, right hip.
Off the net court and wide side out.
I mean, right now it is Alex Strong. It's mind games right now that Radikowska's playing with her on that ball down the line. If I'm her, I'm avoiding that as much as possible.
Yeah, don't need to give Rajkowska the wide ball. Go in between her feet, hit the right foot if anything, allow her to speed up off the forehand. Another one.
In.
And again.
Knew it. Dare she throw up a third?
She's not going to see another ball. Oh, never mind.
There's number three.
Give me a fourth. Alex. 5.
Oh, no.
No way.
Judith Castillo catching the line.
Get out of here. 4 lobs, and then Castillo gets 1 and drops it corner pocket.
Boom.
Puts her hands up.
I'm grabbing the oxygen mask after that one.
All of that for a 3-2 game here.
It's just okay. So now, if this gets like this, right, and we've seen matches get like this before, you're going to see Castillo and Radikowska back up about a foot and a half, 2 feet off the kitchen line, and then say, "Okay, go ahead. I dare you to do it." Because now, as soon as you do it, we take 1 step back, and you're going to get punished.
Yeah.
Theoretically, though, if they step back a foot and a half, shouldn't that open up more angles?
It's not too much. Not if they keep the ball where they should. There's ways to counter it and ways to not get in that much trouble. And how do you do that? Keep the ball in the middle. So if they kept their dinks in the middle, not allow too much angle, take a step off the kitchen line, they'll be all right.
Very difficult to create angle off of a ball up the middle of the court.
Harder, yes.
Well, angle creates angle.
Second serve.
Strong cannot
Alex is looking
believe
at
it.
everyone in the place for someone to give her an answer.
Somebody give me a finger to say it was
an...
out so I can call it out,
Just
because I can't believe that
what
she
is
made
the
that.
answer?
Stop going to Radikowska's backhand.
That ball is in.
Yeah, it's way in. And it's just, you can't, there's nothing she can do
Oh,
about it.
we got to switch now. Strong's going on the left. Which I was going to say, now this is going to give Hamburg more opportunities to either attack on the forehand or throw up the lob deeper over the left shoulder of Castillo.
3-4-2.
Okay. Trong giving it back a little bit down the line, trying to get Castillo, but Castillo almost throws a change up there in the middle.
Yeah, it just didn't have enough pace on it there from Trong going down the line.
4-3-1.
Mari Humberg encouraging Alex Trong.
Just switch back.
Misses the return.
And now they're thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's in there. It's in both of their heads right now.
5-3-1.
5-3-1. Catches just inside the corner. Perfect placement from Mari Humberg.
Well, that's just an easy wrist flick down the line for Mari Humberg. That's just patent.
Body bag.
Dorian just throwing it
brutal.
straight out.
You're just brutal.
It is.
You're just brutal.
Castillo got caught moving right here. Paddle was down.
Listen, if it was me out there, I would expect nothing less from the two of you.
Oh, we'd be ripping on you even harder.
I'm aware.
That's good finish right there.
3-5-2.
Oh, nearly a phenomenal dig by Humberg.
Well, she popped up just a little bit. She's just got to stay right through it and push instead of getting down and coming up. Stay through, stay low, push through it. She was in the right position.
That's a tough one to try to speed up right there. But also, too, if you notice that Humberg and Trong are no longer giving Radzkowska that ball cross-court, predominantly going at Castillo right now.
All right, cheer squad.
When as soon as they go to Radikowska, it's to her inside foot, and then the next ball comes back from Radikowska, and it's like, get away. Get away from there. Get away from that spot completely. We are not going to her outside foot.
Headed into the end change, Castillo and Radikowska with a 6-3 lead.
That's a good speed up there, but unless Humberg had already moved to the line, very difficult with the ball dropping below the net that quickly and to be moving to try to speed up that last ball.
Yuta Castillo holding her own as the target of Trong and Humberg as they try to keep that ball away from the outside foot of Radikowska.
You're at 6. Listen. No worries. Time in.
Got the correct server figured out. 6-3-1. Humberg dots the tee with the overhead.
That's nice. Humberg kind of peeking over at us going, finally, I got that. Off a lob and then a put away instead of a lob, reset, lob, reset. I don't have to lob 5 times.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's in! Oh, strong lob winner.
What is going on?
This match is absurd.
Did you hear Trong just now? Like 10 seconds after the point's over. Come on!
Lob City, baby.
That's a good spot there from Hamburg. Goes just above the right hip of Castillo. She got across to the forehand, but laid the paddle back.
Oh, good spot. I think that was right. It was right at her right foot, so kind of jams her up just enough.
5-6-1. Second serve.
Comes up short, but second serve still ahead.
5-6-2.
Oh, Dan. Miscommunication there in the middle. Somehow Trong gets a paddle on it. Works out to be a perfect lob.
And it's 6-all.
They both looked at each other.
Yeah.
Like, are you going or am I going?
Who's going to hit the overhead right now?
Right here.
No one.
Castillo with the hand straight to the knees.
Points have been really tough to come by throughout this match. It has been, as that roll finds some space in the back of the court, but this match has been nip and tuck all the way through.
Well, now a lot of life out of Hamburg and Trong right now as the momentum is completely shifted. It was 6-3. They're down on the end change. Now they're up 7-6.
A 4-point run since the end change. Trong beats Radikowska with the backhand.
But it was a better job because what Trong did is she slid to the line and Hamburg slid to the middle. So now Radikowska read that Trong was sliding, tries to go middle, but Hamburg was right there.
Side out.
Side out, but not before Trong and Hamburg come back to take a 2-point lead here in game number 3.
6-8-1.
That's a great spot there from Yuta Castillo. She holds it on her paddle. Trong almost got stuck in cement right there. She was planted, not able to move, and she gets it just out of her reach.
Trong came up out of the motion, legs straightened out, didn't have the push through on the extension.
We talked about momentum, and just like that, it's back with Castillo and Radikowska. Tied at 8. As Trong and Hamburg take another timeout. A good response for Castillo and Radikowska.
Yeah, again, much needed because you had Hamburg and Trong on a 5-0 run there on the end change, and now evening it up, and it's 8-8. Now this is grit time. Now who wants it more, but who can execute, right? It's who can execute in crunch time. That's what this is about right now. What I loved about Hamburg and Trong right now is the spot that they just did fill where Radikowska had burnt Trong a bunch of times in game 2 and into game 3. They've avoided it completely. They've only gone there once, and the one time they did, they moved correctly. Trong slid, Hamburg filled. I'd like to see them still continue to avoid that spot.
Castillo all over it, all pressure.
And she had that same speed up a couple of points ago, went to the same. Hamburg sliding to the line to protect the change of direction, but it pulls Trong so far across the court.
Just out of the reach of Radikowska.
It's an off-speed ball right there, too, from Trong. She does not try and kill this and hit this 100%. She just flips it to the line, finds a spot. If she hits that harder, Radikowska's on it.
And the line was open as well.
She's got it.
Oh.
The spin. It was the spin from Hamburg. You heard Radikowska as soon as it hit the paddle.
Strong all over it. We are tied at 9.
Well, that was just phenomenal footwork there from Alex Strong. Looked like she got flat-footed, but then she jumped up out of it, split-stepped again, slid to the middle, and finished with that two-handed backhand.
Rolled it long. And now, match point for Mari Humberg and Alex Strong.
That's a costly error right there.
Well, they fight off one.
Still one more match point to go. Second serve coming.
10-9-2.
It's only fitting that it should end on an lob with an overhead put away as Mari Humberg and Alex Strong take the bronze in our women's doubles. What a match.
Yeah, I mean, how many lobs can we throw up in? And like you said, Dorian, that's how you end it, with a lob and then a winner. Beautifully done by Humberg and Strong, especially after they got beat pretty bad in game 2, 11-3.
A tough end to the tournament for Judith Castillo and Ava Radikowska. Played well enough to be in Championship Sunday. Played well in this match, just could not get it done in the end against the constant pressure of Mari Humberg and Alex Strong. As our Saturday action comes to a close here at the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open. Guys, lots of great action today. Biggest takeaway other than the lobs?
No, I mean, overall, it's just the level of play, and we're seeing how quickly these players are making their in-game adjustments. Now, obviously, the ones that have made it through to Championship Sunday made those adjustments faster, but we always talk about, ideally, we want to be in a 2 to 3 shot max where we make that adjustment, and the play's just getting better and better.
Yeah, on the women's side, you have the 1 and the 3 seed going into Championship Sunday. Then on the men's side, Ryler DeHart, Will Howells coming kind of out of nowhere and making a name for themselves this weekend, going to Championship Sunday. Talked to Ryler DeHart. It's his second Championship Sunday. He went to Championship Sunday in Sacramento last year with Rob Nunnery, and he lost. So he doesn't have a gold medal on Championship Sunday. Looking for that, so he's very excited. So, again, some great play today. A lot of upsets, a lot of newcomers that we're seeing week in and week out. Gotta love seeing that here on the APP Tour.
We will see men's doubles coming up tomorrow, but first, starting at 10 o'clock live on ESPN2, we will have our mixed doubles gold medal match. The 2 seed Megan Fudge and Andre Diescu, they will take on the 4 seed Hurricane Tyra Black and Dylan Frazier. That match followed by men's doubles, and it will be the duo of Howells and DeHart taking on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. All of that action starts once again at 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN2 live from the Miami Convention Center. We will wrap up Championship Sunday on ESPN Plus with the last 3 of our gold medal matches. 2 days of tournament action down, 1 left to go. Championship Sunday still on the docket, but doubles action reigns supreme here in Miami today. For Dom Catalano and Chad Edwards, I'm Dorian Kraft saying so long from the Miami Convention Center. We'll see you tomorrow.